professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, C-Class to A-Class. The way back was faster than when they were escorting, because the speed of the carriage could not catch up with the ninja. Miyu and others returned to Konoha in the afternoon. Everyone, let's disband first. There will be no training or missions today. Take a half-day break and gather at the training ground on the 26th tomorrow morning, Miyu said. In order to return to Konoha earlier, Miyu led them to march at a very fast speed. Except for eating, they were basically rushing along the way. The reason for being in such a hurry to return to Konoha was not for anything else, but to explode Might Guy's gold coins. Oh, no. It was to celebrate Might Guy's birthday. Might Guy's birthday is January 1st. If Miyu does not speed up, January 1st may just be the day to return to Konoha, and the preparations may be a bit hasty. Well, I'm finally back. It's so boring to keep rushing. Obito stretched and complained. For him, rushing all the time is a non-stop running exercise. Kakashi, do you want to compete in running backwards? Might Guy was still energetic, grinning and giving Kakashi a thumbs up to invite him. Excuse me for refusing, I'm a little tired. Kakashi refused directly, with a trace of fatigue in his eyes. It's not that he was too tired from the journey, but that he was mentally tired. Since the fierce battle that night, Kakashi has thought a lot. Is Miyu an excellent ninja? It seems so. Putting aside the strength, we can see a little from the attitude of the third Hokage. Miyu said that he believed in the student's strength, and the third Hokage gave him the authority to perform sea-level tasks. Miyu once said that his idol was White Fang, that is, his father Hotakesukumo. Judging from Miyu's actions, their beliefs are similar, and they both think that companions are important. But if the lives of companions are really more important than the mission, why did his father suffer so many accusations when he saved his companions, and even the rescued stood up to accuse him? For a while, Kakashi really didn't understand who was wrong, his father, the village, or someone else. If his father was wrong, why would he be worshipped by an excellent ninja like Miyu? If his father was right, why did he end up like this? Kakashi, you just can't do it. You're tired like this. I can still run around Konoha 100 times now, Obito said proudly. No wonder you were able to. Hearing Obito talking about the battle that night again, Kakashi couldn't hold back. He was only controlled by Troy for more than 10 minutes that night. He felt that Obito could hold on to this for more than 10 weeks. 100 laps, right? Come on, run. The loser will shut up for a day, Kakashi said with a dark face. Obito didn't expect Kakashi to agree. He just said something to Might Guy when he saw that Kakashi didn't agree. It was actually very tiring to travel for so long, and Konoha was not small. Even running 100 laps along the edge of the main city was a long way. Come on, who's afraid of who? Obito answered with a stiff face. He felt weak in his heart, but he had to be tough in front of Kakashi. Can't you run upside down? Might Guy scratched his head and felt a little regretful. Miyu looked at the disciples who didn't rest and rolled up with a relieved smile, so he turned and walked towards the Hokage building. After arriving at the Hokage building, Miyu did not go to the mission hall, but went directly to the Hokage's office. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said when he heard the knock on the door. When the door opened, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and asked with a smile, "It's Miyu. What's the matter?" Sandame-sama, our team received a mission to escort a client to the Land of Fields a few days ago. After entering the Land of Fields, we encountered several ninjas dressed as Iwagakure ninjas. Miyu reported the unexpected encounters in this mission to the Sandame. However, he concealed some details of the battle, such as the matter of the magnetic escape ninja and the ninjutsu he released. In Miyu's description, the enemy was a Jonin and 7 Chunins, and Miyu and his team struggled to protect the client and won. Before I killed those ninjas, they were still clamoring that Iwagakure would take revenge, but most of the people in an Iwagakure team actually mastered the lightning escape, which is very suspicious. Miyu said, Iwagakure ninjas using lightning escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. It does look like Kumagakure wants to intensify the war between Iwagakure and Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen thought a little more. Could it be that Iwagakure pretending to be Kumagakure dressed up as Iwagakure, wanting to intensify the war between Konoha and Kumagakure? It's not impossible. There are very few people in Iwagakure who can use lightning escape, but it's not zero. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rejected this idea. Even if the enemy wanted to mislead through this strategy, they would not send such a team of ninjas to fight Muyu's class. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time, because an ordinary class of 4 people has no chance of fighting against a team of 1 jonin and 7 chunins. There are the bodies of those ninjas in here, but because the battle is more critical, 2 of the bodies have been burned beyond recognition by my fire escape. Muyu said, if it's a living person, Konoha can directly view the memory through the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, and the preserved dead can also be deciphered by professional researchers to get some information, such as what kind of training they have received and what they usually practice. Knowing this, Muyu deliberately killed Troy's body so that no information could be obtained from it. It's okay. As long as there is a well-preserved body, we can determine which ninja village it belongs to. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He could understand this. After all, it was a life-and-death battle, and it was impossible to think of preserving all the other parties' bodies. If this matter is the same as you guessed, then Muyu really made a great contribution and cracked the conspiracy of Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a satisfied smile. He expected that Muyu could just lead Kakashi to be a little more normal, but he didn't expect Muyu to give him a surprise. Although this matter could not make them stop fighting with the Hidden Rock Village and attack the Hidden Rock Village together, at least it could prevent the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village from joining forces. Since we have encountered so many ninjas, the sea-level mission is not appropriate. The third generation took out a form and quickly wrote down some words and stamped it. I changed this commission to an A-level mission. In addition to the original 70,000 taels, the village will give another 730,000 taels as a mission bounty. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the completed form to Muyu and said, the amount of an A-level mission ranges from 150,000 taels to 1,000,000 taels. An A-level mission of 800,000 taels is already a top-level mission. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Muyu smiled and thanked him. The sealing technique we agreed to leave with Minato, and when you delivered it, you were on a mission and Minato happened to see it, so Minato put it away for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. Muyu's face once again showed a grateful smile. Sure enough, the harder the mission, the higher the reward. After leaving the Hokage building, Muyu looked at the reward information on the system and thought. Chapter 177 Harvest. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300. And was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. Disciple Hite Kakashi worked hard to complete the commission task and received a growth reward of chakra plus 300. And was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra plus 150. The total reward for the 3 disciples is 1,350 chakra points. Although there are no additional rewards such as ninjutsu, this amount of chakra is very good. You should know that when Muyu first came, the upper limit of chakra was only more than 4,000, and this mission directly increased the upper limit by more than 1,000. Of course, if you only calculate the amount of chakra obtained, in fact, the benefits of doing D-level tasks crazily will be higher. Muyu will earn 450 chakra points by doing 10 D-level tasks a day, and the income of this A-level task can be offset in 3 days. There are some problems with doing D-level tasks. First, students don't get any improvement. They just do tasks for the sake of doing tasks. Moreover, Konoha doesn't have that many D-level tasks for them to do. However, this A-level task can help students improve their physical fitness while traveling, and they can practice various exercises when they stop. When they encounter ninja battles, they can gain combat experience and stimulate growth. In general, it is more conducive to the growth of student strength. Muyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanyu Muyu. Chakra, 33,200. Chakra is rising very well, and he is getting closer and closer to his goal of 50,000 chakras. Because the rewards for disciples completing commission tasks alone provide about 2,000 chakras, Muyu did not return to his home, but went straight to Minato's home. Muyu was lucky. Minato did not accompany Kushina at this time, nor did he go on a mission, but was reading at home. Seeing Muyu, Minato also remembered the matter of the seal scroll and handed the saved scroll to Muyu. Muyu did not take the things and leave, but chatted with Minato for a while. Minato, you'd better be careful when you go on a mission abroad. Recently, you may be attacked by the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. Muyu reminded him with a serious face. Then Muyu told Minato about his experience on this mission and repeated what he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This mission is not a secret mission, so there is no need to keep it secret. Such a thing actually happened. Minato's face also became a little serious. This is not a trivial matter. If Konoha really thought that its ninjas were sniped by Iwagakure, then Konoha would definitely take the initiative to invest more ninjas to join the war with Iwagakure, making the war more intense. Muyu's experience on this mission also made Minato recognize Muyu's strength. Before, because Muyu was a Chunin teacher at the ninja school, although he later became a special Jonin, he also became a special Jonin because of his outstanding teaching ability. In Minato's impression, Muyu's strength is at the Chunin level. According to the results of this mission, Muyu may not be weak in strength. The reason why he did not get promoted to Jonin before may be that his merits were insufficient or he did not meet the requirements in other aspects. Muyu's strength does not affect Minato's friendship with Muyu, but Minato still hopes that his friend will be stronger, because this is a war period. Anything can happen, and it is easy to get into trouble if you are not strong. I will be careful. Muyu, you should be careful too. Try not to accept tasks related to the land of grass and the land of hot springs. Minato answered seriously. These two small countries are the locations where Konoha, Iwagakure and Kumagakure confront each other, and they will become more and more dangerous as the war progresses. Muyu smiled and nodded and left. He is not going to go to such a dangerous place at present, but it is okay to wander around. Muyu has a clear understanding of himself. At this moment, his output limit is not low, but it is too short-lived. He can be the ninja like his son, but facing the strong men like the third Tsuchikage and the third Raikage, he can only run away with thunder breathing. The chakra limit is one aspect of the problem, and another major problem is the speed of chakra recovery. Muyu's chakra recovery speed is not in line with his chakra limit. Muyu knows why this is the case, because his chakra limit is raised by the system through unknown means, which is different from normal practice. Muyu's chakra volume is more than 5 times that of an ordinary Jonin at this time, but his current chakra recovery speed is at best a little better than that of an ordinary Jonin, or because he has been using breathing exercises to improve it. This causes Muyu to suffer in a protracted battle. When everyone's chakra consumption is almost the same and they are refining it fiercely, Muyu's recovery effect will not be as good as others. Of course, this problem is smaller than the chakra upper limit problem, because this situation rarely occurs during combat, and it is more important to have a higher upper limit. However, it is a defect after all, and Muyu really wants to solve the defect successfully, and he has thought of many ways. For example, using Tsunade's idea to develop a sealing technique to store chakra, and release the chakra when the chakra is not enough. Although it is a temporary solution, it is also a good solution. There is a similar solution to catch a tailed beast and put it in the body as a power bank, but the current strength does not allow it. If it is a fundamental solution, Muyu can think of changing his physique. With a 1,000 hands physique or a whirlpool physique, he will not have to worry about the endurance of the sage body. However, the physical condition is too difficult. Hashirama's cells can easily destroy him. It is difficult to find Senju disciples and Uzumaki disciples if you want to rely on the system to brush him out, and there are no more disciples. Muyu is now working towards a temporary solution. because he happens to have a genius-level talent for sealing techniques. After returning home, Muyu began to check the contents of the scroll. What Muyu didn't expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprisingly generous this time and gave him 3 ninjutsu in one breath. However, it was not 3 sealing techniques, but also a wind escape technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote the reason on it. This wind escape technique has nothing to do with Muyu's performance in the ninja school, because Muyu's tutoring has improved Asuma's strength and is a special reward. Vacuum Jade. There is one more advanced wind escape technique that can be used openly in the future, Muyu thought to himself as he looked at the name of the ninjutsu. After all, it's free, so even if he already knows it, Muyu feels that he has made a profit. Muyu ignored the vacuum jade that he had already learned, and he looked at the remaining 2 sealing techniques, Fire Sealing Seal, Evil Sealing Seal. Muyu recited the names of the 2 sealing techniques, and some memories appeared in his mind. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. He remembered that the sealing evil seal was the seal that Kakashi used to seal the curse seal on Sasuke. As for the sealing fire seal, Muyu knew what type of seal it was based on the name. Konoha's sealing techniques were basically learned from the Uzumaki clan, and Muyu's knowledge of sealing techniques came from Kushina. It can be said that he learned the purest Konoha sealing techniques. After reading these 2 B-level sealing techniques for a while, Muyu almost figured out the principles. The sealing evil seal is essentially to isolate the chakra that does not belong to the original body, and it is also an ninjutsu that seals chakra. The sealing fire seal is slightly different. The sealing fire seal does not seal chakra, but it can seal the flames produced when the nature of chakra changes. Before crossing over, Muyu would occasionally wonder why no one sealed ninjutsu into a sealing scroll and used it as a ninjutsu when watching anime. After learning the sealing technique, he knew the difficulty of this operation. For example, if you use the fire seal to seal the fireball in the scroll, what you release is not a moving fireball, but a group of flames that are stationary. It is meaningless in actual combat. However, there are sealing techniques that can seal ninjutsu and then release it. Akaya's transcription seal can do it. Ichi stuffed Amaterasu into Sasuke's eyes, and Ukaya Madara sealed Izanagi in his own eyes to revive. According to the current knowledge of sealing techniques, Muyu judged that this should be the ability of the Sharingan. The ability to seal pupil techniques in the Sharingan has nothing to do with ordinary ninjas. Although neither of the 2 sealing techniques is a particularly top-notch sealing technique, Muyu is still satisfied. He can master and practice more sealing techniques through these 2 sealing techniques. Extracting and improving the isolation chakra effect of the evil seal will help him treat the shortcomings of his chakra. The form of sealing chakra in the yin seal is essentially a layer of isolation for chakra. In the following time, Muyu basically studied the sealing technique until the evening. The first thing he learned was the seal of evil. He wanted to master the sealing technique of isolating chakra as soon as possible. Muyu had been learning the seal technique for almost 8 months. He was no longer a novice in the seal technique. After 2 hours of learning, his proficiency in the seal of evil reached 50. He was not going to use the proficiency scroll. This level of seal technique was not worth his use. It was not the 4 symbols seal. Muyu estimated that if he wanted to learn the 4 symbols seal, he should look at Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be willing to give it to him. The 4 symbols seal is a stronger seal technique than the 5 elements seal. Konoha used the 4 symbols seal to seal the 9 tails. In the Uzumaki seal technique system, the 4 symbols seal is the top one. The seal techniques that are more powerful than the 4 symbols seal either have restrictions, such as the diamond seal, which can only be performed by the Uzumaki clan, or they have to pay a great price, such as the Shiki Fujin and the 4 symbols seal, which require the death of the caster. Before going to bed, Muyu sorted out the experience gained from this mission out of the village. His strength was more powerful than he thought. Even a bloody Jonin with 20,000 chakras could be easily killed by Muyu. In fact, Muyu still retained a lot from that battle. If he wanted, he could directly activate the thunder breathing mark and kill everyone instantly. He could do it with the speed of thunder breathing. However, in order to train his combat ability, he did not do so. Maybe it was because of the Byakugan and the transparent world. Although it was the first time to fight, Miyu did not feel any tension, and did not feel much after killing. The enemy is too weak. It's about the same if the chakra is doubled, Miyu thought in his heart. It's said to be training combat ability, but in fact it didn't drain much, because the gap in strength was too big. Miyu couldn't stand it with more strength. If you don't consider the level of chakra recovery, my strength should be about the same as Minato in the fourth Raikage, Miyu speculated in his heart. Miyu wanted to fight with ninjas of Minato in the fourth Raikage, but Minato was not exposed at the moment, and the fourth Raikage was the son of the third Raikage. It was basically impossible for him to go alone. It would be very troublesome if he really met him. Chapter 178 Friendship Between Men. I haven't seen Obito for a while, and I don't know how he is doing. Nohara Rin showed a worried expression on her way home after finishing training. Ninja schools have never concealed the cruelty of the ninja world. The school has made it clear that missions and even battlefields are dangerous. But listening to the teacher talking about various sacrifices and deaths is different from the death of someone around you. Since learning that Kakashi's teammate died in the mission, Nohara Rin has completely understood the cruelty of ninjas, and Obito is a character who is easily carried away by success. Nohara Rin is really worried that Obito will be injured in the mission because of this character. Obito, Kakashi, why are you together? Nohara Rin suddenly saw several familiar figures. Woo woo woo. Hearing Nohara Rin's voice, Obito looked up in surprise, but thinking of the bet, he could only gesture and make sounds that normal people couldn't understand. Even Nohara Rin, who knew Obito very well, was a little confused when she saw Obito's behavior as if he was possessed by a demon, and didn't know what happened for a while. Kakashi, what's wrong with Obito? Nohara Rin had to look at the reliable Kakashi, but Kakashi did not answer Nohara Rin, but just looked at her. Nohara Rin felt even more strange looking at Kakashi, who was silent. Could it be that Obito's unreliability could infect others? Might Guy's next words answered Nohara Rin's doubts. Haha, because they all lost to me in the running competition. They can't talk today. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up and laughed. Running 100 laps requires a lot of endurance, not to mention that they were rushing back, which was already tiring. So in the end, Might Guy, who had stronger endurance and perseverance, finished first. Nohara Rin didn't know what to say. The punishment was not to talk for a day. Are they children who don't go to school, playing this kind of punishment competition? Aren't you trainee ninjas? Aren't you going to carry out missions? Why are you competing with Kakashi? Nohara Rin's big eyes were full of confusion. Yes, we just came back from the mission. Might Guy nodded and replied. Obito was anxious. He wanted to share with Nohara Rin the heroic performance of himself and Miyu teacher in the battle and the burdensome moments of Kakashi. Damn Kakashi, he actually targeted me. Obito roared in his heart. Might Guy challenged Kakashi and rejected it directly, and he casually said that Kakashi agreed directly, nakedly targeting him. Could it be that he had anticipated this situation a long time ago and was worried that I would tell Lin about his poor performance? Obito's mind turned and suddenly thought, despicable Kakashi, I will expose your affairs tomorrow. Obito was ready to slander Kakashi severely tomorrow. So that's the case. You and Kakashi are really on good terms. You challenged him to compete as soon as you came back. Nohara Rin smiled with an expression of sudden enlightenment. No, because this guy is our teammate. Obito felt bad when he saw Nohara Rin smile and wanted to explain. Obito could only hope that Might Guy would explain, but Might Guy's next words almost made him stagger and fall. Of course, youth and friendship are the best match, Might Guy replied with a bright smile. Boys have such a good relationship. Nohara Rin sighed. Obito hated himself for not knowing sign language. Otherwise he would have used sign language to tell Nohara Rin everything at a speed that surpassed the seal. By the way, no one was injured in your mission, Nohara Rin asked with concern. That's not the case. Although the enemy is very strong, Teacher Miyu protected the three of us very well, Might Guy answered honestly. The three of us? Nohara Rin suddenly found a problem. She asked uncertainly, in addition to you and Obito, who is your teammate? Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Nohara Rin was quick-witted. otherwise there would be misunderstanding. Kakashi, Might Guy scratched his head and replied, hasn't Kakashi already become a Chunin? Why did he enter the trainee ninja class? After getting confirmation, Nohara Rin was even more confused. Kakashi, who can't speak now, can't answer Nohara Rin's question, but even if he can speak, Kakashi can't answer it. After knowing that this is an intern class, he is very confused. This is the bond between me and my best friend, Might Guy said with a passionate face. Although I don't quite understand, it's great that we are all together, Nohara Rin said with a gentle smile. Although the process was beyond her expectations, the result was still good. Although she was gone, Kakashi was still with Obito, and she believed that Kakashi would take good care of Obito. Not good at all. Obito was crazy about Kakashi in his heart, and even put the fact that Nohara Rin failed to intern on Kakashi's head. If Kakashi hadn't been there, maybe he would have been in the same group with Might Guy and Nohara Rin. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Goodbye, I'm going home. You all seem to be very tired. Go home and rest early. Nohara Rin waved and said goodbye with a smile. Obito raised his hand, but finally put it down. If he lost, he had to admit it. Today, he would remain silent. The next day, Muyu gathered his disciples at the number 26 training ground. Muyu stipulated that the gathering time was 8 o'clock in the morning. Kakashi and Might Guy both arrived at around 7:50, while Obito arrived at 8:10. You are late again, Kakashi said coldly. That's because, Obito wanted to explain unconvinced, but was interrupted by Muyu. Let's hold a summary meeting before starting training to summarize the battle of the last mission, Muyu said. Kakashi was too aggressive, resulting in him being controlled for more than 10 minutes. Obito quickly summarized for Kakashi. Obito, you don't understand fighting at all. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have fallen into the enemy's trap long ago. Kakashi quickly counterattacked. Snap, snap. 2 crisp knocks sounded, and Obito and Kakashi each covered their heads. I asked you to summarize yourselves, not for others. Muyu put down her hand and smiled. Such a fast speed. There is no way to dodge it. Kakashi, who was hit for the first time, couldn't help but think in his heart. With Muyu's strong suppression, Obito and Kakashi stopped slandering each other and carefully thought about their own shortcomings. My strength and explosive power are not enough. I need more training to master the 8 gates as soon as possible. Might Guy spoke first. Might Guy's training is not as diverse as Kakashi and Obito. He is a physical technique, with the core being breathing techniques and the 8 gates. There will be more later. Chapter 179 Kakashi Coin Explosion. Well, now that the breathing method has been introduced, it can indeed speed up the progress of the 8 gates. Muyu nodded. Now Might Guy is still far from reaching the state of Changzong. Putting the focus on the 8 gates for the time being can improve his strength more effectively. Breathing method and 8 gates can complement each other. Breathing method can make the body stronger, and the stronger the body, the stronger the 8 gates. I am not calm enough in battle and I am easily impulsive. Obito thought for a while and said. With Muyu's question, he can face his shortcomings. Obito himself knows this shortcoming, which is why he and Might Guy have won less and lost more all the way. He gets carried away easily, and getting carried away will lead to a lack of strategy in battle, and finally lead to losing the battle. Now that you know, you must be more careful in the future. Muyu touched Obito's hair and said, Obito's performance is really unstable and mysterious. Sometimes he can win the battle when he is at a disadvantage, but most of the time he loses himself. I don't know your strength, teacher, and made a wrong judgment. Kakashi recalled and said, to be fair, he felt that he did not perform badly in the encounter battle of that mission. Being controlled was something that could not be helped. In that situation, let alone himself, Kakashi felt that a Konoha Jonin would have the same fate. The opponent was obviously not an ordinary Jonin, and it was a sneak attack. How could he block it? Moreover, after Kakashi escaped, he quickly helped his teammates to deal with the enemy, freeing up more combat power. Kakashi felt that his only mistake was to misjudge Muyu's strength. He didn't know that Muyu was so strong that she could kill the opponent's 2 Jonins while protecting him. After all, We have only known each other for a short time. Let's get to know each other better in the future, Muyu said with a warm smile. Mr. Muyu, did you use your full strength in the last battle? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. Kakashi, who was brought up by Hutexikumo, is different from Obito Might Guy. He has a wider range of experience and knows the strength of a truly strong person. After he went back, he recalled that battle and found many confusing points. The strength that Muyu showed at the beginning and the strength that he showed at the end were completely different levels. The lightning and wind jutsu that killed the Chunin instantly in the early stage were good, but they were far inferior to the fire and wind jutsu combination ninjutsu that came later. So Kakashi had to guess that maybe Muyu's strength was even stronger than what he showed that night, but in order to train them, he didn't kill all the enemies directly. Kakashi's question also aroused the curiosity of Might Guy and Obito. After following Muyu for more than half a year, they still didn't know where Muyu's limit was. Guess, Muyu replied with a smile. Kakashi, that must be because he didn't use his full strength. If he used that fire jutsu at the beginning, the enemies would have been burned to death, Obito said with certainty. Even if Muyu told Obito one day that he was actually the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, Obito would not be surprised. After all, that was the omnipotent Muyu Sage. Correct answer. The reward is a candy. Muyu threw a piece of candy to Obito. Hee. Obito caught the candy and smiled foolishly. Sure enough, he understood Teacher Muyu the best. Teacher Muyu, you are a teacher at the ninja school, right? Kakashi couldn't help asking after receiving Muyu's affirmative reply. Kakashi, why do you keep asking strange questions? Teacher Muyu is not a teacher at the school. What else can she be? Obito complained. Kakashi wants to ask me why I am still a teacher at the ninja school with such strength, Muyu said with a smile. Kakashi ignored Obito and nodded. Well, there are many reasons, but the main reason is that I like teaching. The happiest thing for me is that the students I teach have improved their strength, Muyu explained with a smile. This answer was a bit unexpected for Kakashi. He thought the reason would be more complicated, but it was unexpectedly so simple. Okay, the summary is over. Let's start practicing. Practice in the morning and do the mission in the afternoon, Muyu said. Then Muyu began to arrange the practice of each disciple. You have almost learned the pseudo-darkness. I have a good new ninjutsu for you, Muyu said to Kakashi. After that, Muyu raised his hand and gathered the chakra in his hand, quickly completing the nature and form changes, and the dazzling purple lightning wrapped Muyu's palm. It looks like the Chidori that day. Kakashi felt that this new ninjutsu looked familiar. Well, this ninjutsu is an improvement of the Chidori, Muyu nodded and said. In the original work, Kakashi's Chidori first transformed into Akiri, and then lost the Sharingan and improved into Purple Lightning. He learned Purple Lightning in one step, leading Kakashi in the original world by 30 years. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Compared to Chidori, Purple Lightning does not require hand seals and is more powerful and more flexible to use, but it is slightly slower. After that, Muyu demonstrated the power of Purple Lightning, which can cut rocks like tofu, and can also release a large range of electric current attacks around. Is it wrong to sacrifice speed in exchange for power and flexibility? Kakashi felt that speed was more important. After all, there are only a few ninjas with strong defensive power, but ninjas are basically not slow. Muyu did not explain, but grabbed Kakashi, and the thunder breathing burst out, allowing Kakashi to experience the feeling of extreme speed. Was it fast enough just now? Can you react? Muyu put Kakashi down and asked. Kakashi instantly understood what Muyu meant. He recalled the speed of Muyu using Chidori, which was also very fast. Kakashi had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Muyu seemed to have specially improved the ninjutsu for him. Kakashi was really a little flattered. He had not even been Muyu's disciple for half a month, and Muyu actually helped him consider so carefully. It's not that Kakashi is narcissistic, but Muyu's improvement of ninjutsu is indeed a little confusing. Muyu can be called a speed-type ninja. How could it be possible to reduce the speed of ninjutsu to increase its power? After Kakashi finished training, Muyu gave Kakashi a calligraphy he wrote. You presented a handwritten calligraphy to your disciple, Since your disciple was very grateful for the reward of critical hit, you were rewarded with the Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Experienced Level, after getting to know Muyu a lot and being saved once, plus the emotions raised by teaching Zidayan. Kakashi got a good reward. Looking at Kakashi, who was thinking about the purpose of his calligraphy, Muyu showed a smile like an old farmer with a good harvest. It's good to be able to critical hit, and it's only a matter of time before the trust level is raised. In the afternoon, Muyu took the disciples to the Hokage building, and chakra still had to be refreshed. Chapter 180, Plan Explosion. Are there any D-level commissions that can be accepted? Muyu led his disciples into the mission hall of the Hokage building and asked the registered ninjas. D-level missions are still very fun to use to brush chakra. 10 D-level missions can brush almost 450 chakra points. Hey, Teacher Muyu, aren't you doing C-level missions today? Obito couldn't help asking. The last mission was still a life-and-death battle with the ninjas of the hostile ninja village, and the next mission was to find cats, catch dogs and pick up garbage. Obito felt that the gap was a bit big. Have you forgotten what day tomorrow is? If you accept the mission outside the village now, then Kai can only celebrate his birthday outside. Muyu knocked on Obito's head and said, this time he did not adopt the same strategy as Shisui that time. After all, using a routine will inevitably seem a bit perfunctory. He had told the students before that Might Guy's birthday was coming soon, and everyone would gather together to celebrate on that day. Oh, yes, Kai's birthday is coming. I have been too full recently and I forgot the time. Obito scratched his head and smiled. It's okay. If it weren't for Teacher Muyu reminding me, I would have forgotten it myself. Might Guy touched his chin and said, they have been very fulfilled recently. Before leaving the village for a mission, they either train or do missions. After leaving the village, they must always pay attention to protecting the safety of the client. After completing the mission, they rush back without stopping. Kakashi glanced at Muyu and felt that there must be something between Muyu, Obito and Might Guy that he didn't know. Normally, after becoming disciples for such a short time, the two sides should not be so close. However, Kakashi considered that Muyu was a teacher at the ninja school, and Obito and Might Guy were students. It is likely that they were very familiar with each other during the ninja school. Yes, the registered ninja opened the mission scroll for Muyu to choose. The D-level missions were all similar. Muyu picked 5 at random and took the students to complete the missions. I don't know why, but today Obito and Kakashi seemed to be particularly motivated, in terms of competing with each other. Although they usually disliked each other, it was more intense today. Muyu completed the 5 tasks he took very quickly, because they were competing to complete the tasks quickly and in quantity, which led to Might Guy's participation. The 3 of them worked hard to complete the tasks. However, when Muyu saw the reward information, he found a problem. The reward was actually reduced. The first task was still about the same as the previous average. The 3 disciples had a total of 45 chakra points, but it began to decline when the third task was completed. The 3 disciples had only a total of more than 30 chakra points, and the 5th was only 30 points. Although the difficulty determines the reward, based on previous experience, the difference between D-level tasks is not that big. Muyu had a guess in his mind. It might be because the system judged that the current D-level tasks are less and less helpful to the growth of the disciples, so the rewards have decreased. This is not an unfounded guess. From the training tasks and a series of reward issuances, it can be seen that the system attaches great importance to the growth of the disciples. The disciples will be issued stage rewards when their strength increases. The training tasks also have higher rewards as the strength increases during the task. With the current strength of Obito and Might Guy, they can get familiar with the task process and exercise their cooperation ability when doing D-level tasks at the beginning, but after doing dozens of them, it is obviously meaningless. In order to verify his idea, Muyu took on 5 more D-level tasks. After completing the task, Muyu looked at the reward, and it was even lower. The reward for the 10th task was only more than 20 chakra points for the 3 people. Muyu added up the rewards for the 10 tasks and calculated that it was about 300. This harvest cannot be said to be bad. After all, a large class only has 40 chakra points, but it is definitely less than before. Do fewer D-level tasks in the future, and try to spend more time on other tasks and training, Miyu thought to himself. If the income can be maintained at 300 chakra points, it will be good, but if we do it a few more times according to this trend, there may be no reward. After delivering all the tasks, Miyu took the students home for dinner. And Obito also found a strange problem. The Namikaze Minato, who was somewhat similar to Miyu, came to Miyu's house again, and helped and took away the food like last time. Teacher Miyu, what is your relationship with that Minato Jonin? It seems that he comes to your house every day to bring food. Obito asked curiously. He felt a kind of strangeness that he couldn't explain. If they were just neighbors, it would be strange to eat together every day, not to mention that Minato took the food away. We are very good friends, and we are each other's teachers. He taught me the seal technique, and I taught him how to cook. Miyu thought for a while and answered, we used to eat together, and sometimes he cooked and I ate, but now he is very busy, so we rarely sit together to eat. You are so busy and you still have to pack up the food to take away? Kakashi felt that this was illogical. Of course it's because the food made by teacher Miyu is so delicious. If there is a chance, even if there is no time to eat together, you have to take it away. Obito nodded in approval, thinking that Minato's cooking was flawless. Kakashi subconsciously wanted to refute, but recalling the taste of Miyu's cooking just now, he felt that it was not so illogical. Tomorrow morning, practice normally, and make your own arrangements in the afternoon and evening. After chatting for a while after dinner, Miyu told the arrangements for tomorrow. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Just when the disciples were about to go home, Miyu stopped Might Guy alone. Okay, wait a moment before leaving. Might Guy turned around and sat down honestly. I'll go back with you. I have something to do with your father, Miyu explained with a smile after packing up. That's good. My father should be at home at this time. Might Guy nodded and replied. Just now he was thinking whether it was about training or birthday, but he didn't expect it to be related to his father. At this time, the sun had completely set and arrived at the home of the moon. Might Guy's home is very remote. The closer you go to Might Guy's home, the fewer sounds related to people, and the more various sounds of nature. I'm back, Might Guy shouted after opening the door. Teacher Miyu is here too. He has something to do with you. Oh, is Teacher Miyu here? Then I have to make a pot of tea. Might Guy quickly walked out to check. Don't bother, I'm here to discuss something with Senior Dai today. I won't stay too long, Miyu said with a smile. Although Miyu refused, Might Guy still volunteered to boil water and make tea. Senior Dai, do you want to become a more advanced ninja? Miyu asked directly. According to Miyu's analysis of Might Guy, making Might Guy's father a better person is more likely to impress him than giving him a thoughtful gift. I have a headache today. I will try my best to write and see if I can finish writing about Might Guy's birthday in one go. Chapter 181 The Secret to Controlling Might Guy and His Son. Haha, if you can be promoted, who would want to be a genin for life? Might Guy laughed, but there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. If he was willing to be a genin forever, he would not have practiced the 8 gates for 10 years. This is 20 years of practicing nothing but a physical technique, which is a huge test for both body and mind. Although he finally learned the 8 gates as he wished, it took too long. His performance during this period made him a person that everyone disliked, and he had no chance to show himself. Not to mention A-level and B-level tasks. Even D-level tasks are difficult for him to receive. Many D-level tasks are subsidized by the village to train newly graduated ninjas, not for the incompetent to retire. However, Might Guy believes that this experience is not all bad. At least it has trained his heart and made him strong. The loss he suffered is not in vain, but to help Might Guy make an attempt. He will not let Might Guy go down his old path. The current situation in the ninja world is in chaos, and the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire are both plotting against the Land of Fire. It is at this time when Konoha lacks combat power. It is unreasonable for a master of physical skills like you, Senior Dai, to stay in the genin, Miyu said with a sad face. Except for the special case of the special jonin, There are only 3 levels of ninja positions. It can be said that each new level is a qualitative change. Genin can only obey orders on the battlefield and will always be commanded, while Chunin can serve as captain when performing tasks that are not particularly important, and Jonin is the main combat force in the war. As long as they go on a mission, they are basically the captain. Then Muyu and Might Eye talked about the encounters they encountered in the sea-level mission. If this continues, the ninja world will become more and more chaotic, and perhaps a war will break out soon. Muyu sighed. Has the situation reached this point? Might Eye's expression became serious. It is difficult for him, a genin who has been a genin for thousands of years, to obtain information related to the war because no one tells him. I am in a better position to meet the Sandaime-sama for some special reasons. If you, Dai, are willing to use the 8 gates, it should be no problem for you to be promoted to Chunin, not to mention Jonin. Muyu nodded. After becoming an intern teacher, he did not directly resign from his position as a tutor, but he no longer taught every week as before. Might Eye can use the 6 gates without much damage, which means that Might Eye can be regarded as an ordinary elite jonin. With such strength, coupled with the war period, Muyu does not believe that Saratobi Hiruzen will not be tempted by such combat power. Saratobi Hiruzen may not be promoted directly to jonin due to Might Eye's resume and merits, but Chunin is still not a big problem. There are 2 ways to promote Chunin. One is to be promoted through the Chunin exam. Konoha has 2 Chunin exams every year. If you perform well, you can be promoted to Chunin. The other is to be promoted by making contributions, that is, the number of completed tasks. Konoha has tasks for everything. Muyu's classes at the ninja school are also considered tasks, and various actions during the war are also counted as tasks. It is naturally impossible to let Might Eye take part in the Chunin exam, but Might Eye's birthday is tomorrow. Although Might Eye's mission date does not meet the requirements, his strength is high, which can make up for a part of it. As long as he becomes a Chunin, Might Eye will have the opportunity to show his ability. At that time, it will not be difficult to become a special jonin with his strength and merit. As for becoming a jonin, Muyu feels that it is a bit difficult, because Konoha's current requirements for jonin are very strict. It is difficult for someone like Might Eye who is partial to one subject to become a formal jonin unless he has made great contributions in the war. Even if you only open 6 gates, Senior Dai's strength has surpassed many jonins, and it is more than enough to serve as a chunin. Senior Dai, what do you think of my proposal? Muyu looked at Might Eye's rough face and asked. Very good, you are worthy of being teacher Muyu. Might Eye nodded readily and gave Muyu a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Might Eye stood up and bowed heavily to Muyu to thank him. While Muyu was talking, Might Eye thought a lot. The first thing he thought about was how to repay Muyu's kindness, and then he found that he could not give anything. The only 8 gates he knew, Muyu also knew, and Muyu's strength was unfathomable. Without using ninjutsu, just opening 2 gates could surpass his 6 gates, so Muyu did not need his help. But Might Eye finally agreed to Muyu's proposal, not because he wanted to prove his strength to others, but for Might Eye. He had been practicing all the way, and he knew that it was necessary to spend money to build a strong body. Various supplements and secret medicines for practicing were very expensive. The consequence of having no money was that the upper limit would be lowered and a lot of hidden injuries would be left. It would be fine if there was no opportunity before, but now the opportunity is right in front of him. If he doesn't seize it, he will not be a qualified father. He would feel guilty for accepting Muyu's benefits and not being able to repay him, but he would feel even more guilty if he did not seize this opportunity to make Might Eye's growth path smoother. Senior Dai, you don't have to do this. I'm doing this for Konoha, Muyu said with a smile. Might Eye agreed, and it would be stable. He would definitely give Might Eye a big surprise tomorrow. I have a secret medicine for physical training ninjas here, which can eliminate hidden injuries in the body. I'm giving it to you, Senior, as a way to celebrate your promotion in advance. Muyu took out a secret medicine from the ninja tool bag and handed it to Might Eye. Now that secret medicine can be bought directly with money, it is not so precious. Helping Might Eye now is helping Might Eye in the future. Eliminate hidden injuries? I don't need it at my age. You should take it back or leave it to Guy. Might Guy shook his head and refused. He has accumulated hidden injuries over the past few decades, and a secret medicine is useless. He would rather leave this good thing to Might Guy. I left it for Akai. This one is extra. Senior Dai, you can take it and try the effect. Muyu put the secret medicine in front of Might Dai. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Although Might Dai is a reliable person, Muyu still has to see Might Dai take it before he feels relieved. The effect of this medicine is too good. If it leaks out, it will easily cause trouble. After all, I am not as good as you, Senior Dai. In the 8 gates, you will have to teach Akai more in this area in person in the future. Muyu took out the ultimate move. He had already realized how to control Might Guy and his son. To explode Might Guy's gold coins, he had to start with Might Guy. If he wanted Might Guy to be obedient, he had to start with Might Guy. Muyu had already said this, and Might Guy was not a shy person. He swallowed it directly. Might Guy soon felt a little warm, and then slowly became warm all over, until finally he felt unprecedented relaxation in his body. Might Guy knew that he owed Muyu again. This must not be a simple secret medicine. The effect was too strong and it was almost immediate. He felt that if he could take more of this secret medicine, his strength, which had been difficult to improve for a long time, could be improved again. Senior, try to stay at home tomorrow. By then, the 3rd generation should see your strength with his own eyes. If necessary, I will send a shadow clone to find you, Muyu reminded. Might Guy nodded and gave a thumbs up to indicate that there was no problem. The tea is ready. Might Guy trotted over and poured tea for Muyu and Might Guy. Muyu drank a cup and said goodbye. We really just chatted for a while, Might Guy scratched his head and said as he looked at Muyu's departing back. Dad, what does Teacher Muyu want to talk to you about? Might Guy asked curiously. Haha, it's a very powerful and youthful thing. It will definitely shock you. After it's completed, Might Guy laughed and said after drinking the hot tea. Muyu asked him not to tell Might Guy before the results came out, saying that this matter was not 100% likely to succeed, so as not to disappoint Might Guy if he said it didn't work. What's so mysterious? Might Guy became even more curious. There should be more later. Chapter 182 The Strength of the 8 Gates Ninja. After a morning of training, Muyu said to the students, "It's Kai's birthday tonight, so go to Kai's house and gather there." This was mainly for Kakashi, as Obito had already prepared all the gifts. "I have something else to do next, so you can move freely. If you want to continue training, you can also train here for an afternoon." Muyu was going to Sarutobi Hiruzen to show off his acting skills. "Maybe I'm going to prepare a gift for you, Kai. I wonder what kind of gift it will be," Obito said with envy. His birthday is February 10th, and there is still more than a month left. Obito has already begun to look forward to what gift Muyu will prepare for him. "Haha, I will be very happy no matter what gift Teacher Muyu gives me," Might Guy said with a big laugh. He thought Muyu had been very good to him, and he had never met anyone who was so good to him except his father, so he didn't ask for more. Even if Muyu just said happy birthday, he would be very happy. "That's what I said, but I would be happier if the gift was better." Obito thought for a while and said, if Muyu gave him a purchased standard kunai as a birthday gift, he would be happy and collect it, but if Muyu gave him a kunai that he made himself, he would be even happier and cherish it even more. After leaving the training ground, Muyu went straight to the Hokage building. It was true that he and Might Guy said that they had more opportunities to see Sarutobi Hiruzen because of special reasons, but Muyu said it more to increase the persuasiveness of his words. Under normal circumstances, it would be more convenient to go to the Hokage building to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Going to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house to find Sarutobi Hiruzen would only be done in the evening, which would be too late. Dong dong, Muyu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came out. "Sandame-sama," Muyu greeted with respect. "It's Muyu. What's the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the pipe in his mouth and asked with a puff of white mist. "Sandame-sama, I found a ninja in Konoha who has power far beyond his current position. He is extremely powerful but is still a genin, Muyu said with a serious face. A powerful genin? A figure immediately appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Is he a ninja who takes the blame? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after a moment's hesitation. Speaking of a ninja who is extremely powerful but has always been a genin, the first person he thought of was Maruboshi Kasuke. Maruboshi Kasuke is a senior ninja. His strength and contribution have reached the level of jonin very early, but because of some things that happened in the past, he has some shadows and has always refused to be promoted. Sarutobi Hiruzen admired Maruboshi Kasuke very much, and even taught him his own A-level ninjutsu Shuriken shadow clone technique. No, if you want to talk about the characteristics, it should be thick eyebrows and green tights. Muyu shook his head and said, "Is it Might Die?" Listening to Muyu's description, a new image appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Might Die is also well known in Konoha, but it is not a good reputation. Muyu nodded and explained, "I also discovered it by accident, because Might Die, the child of Might Die, was interning with me, and by chance I discovered the true strength of Might Die. This is why Muyu did this step after starting the internship. With such an identity, the process of adaptation is more reasonable and convincing. He has mastered a powerful physical technique called 8 Gates Ninja. Even if he bursts out with all his strength, I am not his opponent." Muyu made up seriously. "I feel something is wrong. A genin actually mastered a powerful physical technique that I have never heard of, so I came to report to you, the third generation." Hearing Muyu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a slight surprise. Might Die actually practiced the 8 Gates Ninja. "It's normal that you don't know, because the 8 Gates Ninja is a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals," Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a while and puffed out smoke, saying, "This forbidden technique has existed since the Warring States period. After successful practice, it is very powerful." The second generation Hokage once gathered some people to create a ninja team that can use the 8 gates, and Might Die is one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not seen the power of the 8 gates ninja with his own eyes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen the practice method of the 8 gates ninja, which can be said to be the ultimate in strength. If it weren't for the fact that Senju Dobairama's 8 gates ninja team plan failed so thoroughly, he would have wanted to make one. Senju Dobairama has made many innovations, such as the series of ninja school Anbu that he pioneered, but not all of them succeeded. The 8 Gates ninja plan was the most unsuccessful one. It was a waste of manpower and material resources, and there was no last successful practitioner, and all failed. I didn't expect that he still hasn't given up after so long, and he succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Shadow Clone Technique. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a seal and created a shadow clone. If Might Die really mastered the 8 gates, then he would not be suitable to be a genin, and he could be promoted to chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that for the third generation, Might Die's successful practice of the 8 gates was a great achievement, which proved that the 8 gates squad plan was feasible. However, it was useless for Muyu to just say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to go and see it himself. It was not that he did not believe in Muyu's character, but that he did not believe in Muyu's eyesight. This was the 8 Gates ninja that his teacher wanted to get. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who directly created a shadow clone, Muyu thought that the 8 Gates ninja was really tempting. There was no need to wait for Might Die to come, and he could just let him go with the shadow clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone went to an empty training ground, and Muyu went to find Might Die to test it. Because Muyu had reminded him in advance, Might Die had been staying at home, and Muyu saw it as soon as he went there. "Let's go. The Sandame wants to test Senior Dai's strength in person." "Senior Dai, please try your best to perform," Muyu advised. "No problem. I am always ready to burn my youth." Might Die gave a thumbs up and laughed with shining white teeth. At this time, Might Die was in a state of excitement. Decades had passed, and he was ready to be a 10,000-year genin forever. Unexpectedly, he got such an opportunity. "Also, Senior Dai, please try not to talk about my strength with the Sandame." Muyu, who was worried that Might Die would let it slip, reminded him again. Although Might Dai didn't know all of his strength, it was not the level that could be shown now. Don't worry, I know. Might Dai nodded and replied. He didn't know why Miyu asked him to hide his strength, but Might Dai respected Miyu's choice and was willing to help. Then, led by Miyu, the two went to the training ground where Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone was. That's it for today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 The Gift Prepared by Miyu. Sandaime-sama. After walking to the training ground, Miyu and Might Dai greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at the scenery. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and saw a smile on their faces and said, Dai, I vaguely remember that you were the most diligent person in practicing the 8 gates. It seems that your efforts have finally borne fruit. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his chin while speaking, and his smile was very kind, like an ordinary old man who was happy for the efforts of his juniors. Sandaime-sama, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Might Dai didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to still have memories of that period. He thought Sarutobi Hiruzen only remembered him as a 10,000-year-old genin. Haha. Although I wasn't a Hokage at that time, I was already working hard to learn from Tobirama-sensei. How could I forget someone as special as Dai? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. He didn't say this just to improve his impression. He did remember Might Dai. After all, his appearance and behavior were somewhat different from ordinary people. Ha ha ha, thank you for your support. Might Dai raised his thumbs up, and while laughing, he showed his 2 rows of white teeth. Miyu couldn't help but sigh that there are indeed many benefits to having a high status. Sarutobi Hiruzen's status destined him to have an easy time to gain favorability. Except for a time traveler like him, few people in Konoha village can resist the active approach of the Hokage. I have heard about the power of the 8 gates from Mr. Tobirama a long time ago, but unfortunately I have never had the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. I wonder if you can satisfy my regret today. Habitually pulling a little favorability, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to talk about business. Since it is the regret of the Hokage, of course there is no reason to refuse. Jingmen, open. Might Dai clenched his fists, and his whole body burst with chakra. He roared and directly opened the 6th gate, and his whole body was covered with green energy. The 8 gates of ninjutsu were supposed to be opened one by one. You had to open the front gate first before you could open the back gate. However, if you mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu to a certain level, you could directly skip the front gate and open the back gate. Might Dai's current limit was to skip the first 5 gates and open the 6th gate directly. Whoosh! The powerful chakra that Might Dai instantly burst out triggered the airflow, bending the surrounding green grass and blowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's black and gray hair. Is this the 6th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu? Feeling the might that erupted from Might Dai, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested look. Although there was no special eye that could directly see through the gate opened by Might Dai's body, according to the description of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he could judge that Might Dai was currently in the state of 6 gates. When the first 5 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu were used, there would be no special changes to the body's exterior. Starting from the 6th gate, each gate would change. At the 6th gate, the whole body would be filled with green energy. The 7th gate would have blue steam, and after opening the death gate, there would be blood red steam. Attack me, don't hold back, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. If you want to test your strength, the best way is to fight. Although it was just a shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a lot of chakra. About 30% of the chakra. Might Dai's eyes flashed with excitement. Since he mastered the 8 gates, he had only fought with Miyu. He didn't expect that he could fight with the 3rd Hokage so soon, as Sarutobi Hiruzen wished. Might Dai did not hold back and used the power of the 6 gates to the extreme to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a whoosh, Might Dai disappeared from the spot and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was still calm without any panic. Just when Might Dai's leg was about to kick Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure disappeared, making Might Dai's attack miss. The speed is really good, surpassing many Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who left using the instant body technique, nodded secretly in his heart. After the attack missed, Might Dai was not discouraged. After all, this was the third Hokage. He quickly locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's position and continued to run towards him. This time, Might Dai used his fist. With the powerful force of his fist, he could induce the air to create a shockwave and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth style, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal and spit out a large amount of mud to form a solid rock wall. Boom! Exclamation mark. Might Dai's fist hit the solid rock wall hard, causing it to shake and crack slightly. Miyu was not surprised when she saw this scene. The strength of the ninjutsu depends on the user. If it was the earth flow wall of the 8-year-old Kakashi, 6-gate Might Dai could have blasted it open with one punch. But this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth flow wall, and the cracks were because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not serious. The strength is not bad either. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to comment on Might Dai's performance. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to attack, using the body flickering technique to stand on the earth wall at a very fast speed, and then formed a seal quickly to spit out a hurricane. Facing a strong man like the third Hokage, Might Dai did not dare to slack off. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to attack, he immediately dodged and left. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen used various high-level ninjutsu of different attributes as if to show off his skills, making the place where the two fought very embarrassing. After fighting for nearly 7 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to say, "Let's stop here." Then Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched his beard and said, "The 8 gates of ninjutsu are really powerful. Just 6 gates are enough to defeat many Jonin." Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the real power of the 8 gates of ninjutsu lies in the 7 gates and the 8 gates, but both of them have a great price. Opening the 7 gates will definitely hurt, and it will hurt to touch it with your hand. Opening the 8 gates will only lead to death. However, he can roughly infer the strength of the 8-gate Might Dai through the strength of the 6-gate Might Dai. If the 8th gate is opened, maybe he can have the same power as me in a short time. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Of course, it is not the shadow clone, but him in his prime. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood the feelings of Senjudo Bairama when he wanted to form the 8 Gates ninja team. If this really succeeded, then Konoha would have an extra trump card with great deterrence in the war, and could directly decapitate the enemy leader. It would not be necessary to send many, just 2 8 Gates ninjas and a few Jonins would be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to train 8 Gates ninjas at this moment, but the war was still going on, and the timing was a bit inappropriate. No matter what you do during the war, you need to be cautious. Originally your achievements were not enough to be promoted to Chunin, but since you're the first person in Konoha to successfully practice the 8 Gates ninja, and you have fulfilled the last wish of Mr. Tobirama, I will specially promote you to Chunin, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Might Dai clenched his right fist tightly, feeling very excited. He was very grateful to Miyu, thanking Miyu for helping him create such an opportunity, and he also thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen for specially promoting him. But Might Dai felt that he needed to be grateful to himself the most, the self who was not shaken by the rumors of others, the self who practiced a physical skill for 10 years, and the self who believed that hard work would eventually pay off. You deserve this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. It can only be said that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If it weren't for the continuous practice of the 8 Gates, Might Dai would not have become a perennial ninja that everyone despised. But if he hadn't practiced the 8 Gates, Might Dai might not have become a very strong ninja, nor would he have been specially promoted to a Chunin like he is now. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Go to the Hokage building to get a Chunin uniform and promotion form, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and after completing the seal, he cancelled the shadow clone and let the memory flow back to the main body. The difference between Konoha Genin and Chunin is that Genin only has a forehead protector, while Chunin will be issued a green ninja vest. Congratulations, Senior Dai. Miyu congratulated with a smile. Thanks to your help, Miyu. Might Day gave Miyu a thumbs up and said gratefully. Might Day wanted to take the uniform and the form to become a Chunin back to Might Guy to show him and let Might Guy know the good news. So the two of them quickly rushed to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very quick. After they arrived at the Hokage building, they received the Chunin two-piece suit, vest and promotion form without waiting. The Chunin standard vest was sealed in plastic. Might Day thought about it and tore it open, and put on the green vest directly, so that Might Guy would find it when he returned. However, when Might Day was wearing the vest and picking up the form to go home, he was stopped by Miyu. Senior Dai. Excuse me, it's Kai's birthday today. What gift did you prepare for Kai? Miyu stopped Might Day and asked. Might Guy pulled out a green tights of the same style as his from somewhere, laughed and gave a thumbs up, saying, of course it's an affordable and easy-to-use tights. Miyu finally understood why Might Guy gave Shisui tights on his birthday. Senior Dai, I have a suggestion. For example, we can write some experience of practicing physical skills together and give it to K, so that even when he is on a mission, he can practice according to the experience above. Miyu raised his glasses and suggested with a smile. There is a big gap between the mastery level and the perfect level. He is worried that he will be a little short of the perfect level skills at that time, so he thought of co-creating and giving it to Might Guy. Miyu, you are still thoughtful. Let's do as you say. Might Guy nodded heavily. This is indeed better than giving tights. At night, Might Guy's house. At this time, Miyu's disciples have basically arrived. Obito, Nohara-rin, Shisui, and Kakashi have all arrived at Might Guy's house. Hey, where is Teacher Miyu? Why hasn't she come yet? It's already past 7. Obito glanced at the time and scratched his head in confusion. Teacher Miyu must have his reasons for not coming, Shisui said with a thoughtful look. Kakashi glanced at Shisui. Shisui was the only person he didn't know well, but he remembered that Shisui and Might Guy had run together before, so he should be Might Guy's friend at the ninja school. Did he run into a lost old lady? Obito speculated based on his own experience. It shouldn't be. Even if he ran into 5 old ladies, Teacher Miyu could use a shadow clone to help and then come back with her real body. Nohara-rin thought that Miyu shouldn't be late because of this. Maybe she went to do something with Might Dad. Might Guy recalled what Might Guy said yesterday. Might Guy didn't show up either. He felt that the two should be together, but he didn't know what that amazing and youthful thing was. I'm back. Might Guy's full-bodied voice reached everyone's ears. This chapter is 3.2k, and there should be about 4-5k left. Chapter 184 excited Might Guy. Might Guy and Miyu walked into the house together. Dad, welcome home, Might Guy said, and was stunned when he saw Might Guy walking in. Might Guy was wearing green on top of green. No, he was wearing a green Chunin vest. This was easy to recognize, because Might Guy usually only wore green tights, and the vest on his body could be seen at a glance. Dad, could it be that the very powerful and youthful thing you said was? Might Guy's eyes gradually became brighter and brighter, and his voice became more and more excited. He thought of a possibility that made him extremely happy. Yes, it's what you think. Might Guy laughed. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and laughed heartily to Might Guy. Now I am not Konoha Genin Might Guy, but Konoha Chunin Might Guy. Dad, you have finally been promoted to Chunin, and no one can say that you are a 10,000-year Genin anymore. Might Guy excitedly went up and hugged Might Guy. Might Guy also hugged Might Guy. Both of them were so happy that they burst into tears and looked very excited. Might Guy was happy that no one could say that his father was a 10,000-year-old Genin anymore, and Might Guy was happy that he could give Might Guy more support. Obito scratched his head, and couldn't understand this scene. In Obito's cognition, Chunin was not that powerful. Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6, but Obito could still feel that Might Guy and Might Guy had a good relationship as father and son. Shisui looked at the deep love between the father and son and thought of the short blade he carried close to his body, but he was not too envious. Kakashi was the one who could best understand the significance of Might Guy's Chunin. He and Might Guy knew each other very early, When he went to check the admission results, White Fang saw Might Guy's potential and said that Kakashi could be friends with Might Guy, and Might Guy might surpass Kakashi in the future. So Kakashi also knows something about the situation of Might Guy's family. Unlike his father, Might Guy's father, Might Day, is not a famous strong man, but just a despised 10,000-year-old genin. Might Day himself does not care about the opinions of outsiders. But Might Guy cares a lot. He does not allow anyone to slander his father in person, and even goes to seek revenge on those ninjas without considering their strength. If Kakashi had not happened to pass by and solved those two ninjas that day, Might Guy would definitely have been beaten up. Now that Might Guy has become a Chunin, the rumors about him being a 10,000-year-old genin have been refuted. Might Guy's joy and excitement can be imagined. You should thank Teacher Muyu more. This time I was promoted thanks to Teacher Muyu. Might Day put his hand on Might Guy's shoulder and said seriously, Muyu's help to their family is really not small, not to mention the introduction of him to the third Hokage and the gift of secret medicine. Just as Might Guy's teacher, Muyu has done the utmost in this regard and considered all aspects. Well, Mr. Muyu, thank you for everything you have done for me. I really appreciate it, Might Guy said with tears in his eyes. Looking back at the time when he met Muyu, Might Guy sometimes felt an unrealistic dream. From Muyu, Might Guy could really feel the same kind of feelings as Might Guy, who treated him unconditionally and did not seek rewards. He would be very happy as long as he grew up. But Might Guy did not expect Muyu to be able to do this, and even helped his father get promoted and get rid of the identity of a 10,000-year-old ninja. This was beyond Might Guy's expectations. He thought Muyu was good enough for him. She taught him the powerful forbidden technique of rock breathing without hesitation, and every month he had a secret medicine to eliminate fatigue and hidden injuries for free. Having already achieved this level, Might Guy naturally would not have the slightest dissatisfaction. In his heart, Muyu has always been second only to Might Guy. But Muyu's help in Might Guy's promotion this time made Might Guy realize more deeply how good Muyu was to him. Although Muyu had not given him a gift at this moment, Might Guy thought he had received the best birthday gift and he felt Muyu's heart. It's also Senior Dai who has the ability. I just did what I could, Muyu said with a smile, and then took out a handkerchief to wipe away Might Guy's tears. He would not do such things normally, because he felt it was a bit too much, but it was just right at this time and in this atmosphere. After all, he is the omnipotent Muyu immortal, Obito said with a smile, and then took out the green tights and handed it to Might Guy. This is a gift. I specially asked someone to make a tights for me. There is also a word Kai on the front chest. Might Guy took the tights and unfolded it. As Obito said, there was a word Kai embroidered on the front chest. Obito, you have great taste. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and praised him. He was very satisfied with Obito's gift. I thought that you would like it more if you wear tights every day, Kai. Obito showed a proud smile. This is a painting I drew. No, Harlan smiled gently and gave her gift. Might Guy took the painting and looked at it carefully. The painting showed the scene of their usual training in the forest. There was not only Might Guy but also other people. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 + Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Might Guy was exercising with a rock and sweating. Shisui was practicing fire style seriously. There was a big fireball in front of him, and Obito was covering his head and saying something. Muyu still kept his fingers together. The overall layout looked very warm. Haha, it's a great painting. Obito's expression when he was hit is exactly the same as usual. Might Guy laughed. What was hit? Obito looked over curiously and just saw the part where he was hit. Why are they all practicing and I'm the only one being hit? Zealand, you misunderstood me too much, Obito said with a heartache. I think this will be more interesting. No, Harlan covered her mouth and chuckled. Shisui gave Might Guy a weight-bearing ninja tool for exercise, and Kakashi gave him a few secret medicines for training. This is the experience of physical training that your father and I wrote together. Even if we are not around in the future, you can still practice according to the experience in this notebook. Muyu smiled and handed a notebook to Might Guy. Your youth is constantly moving forward, Might Guy encouraged with a big laugh. Might Guy nodded heavily. At this time, A breeze blew and spread the notebook open. Might Guy saw various experiences about the 8 gates of ninjutsu and rock breathing in it, and saw 2 completely different handwritings. Might Guy's mind appeared the scene of the 2 of them thinking hard together to write down their insights, and tears of joy and excitement flowed again. Teacher Miyu, Dad, thank you for your gifts. I will definitely not let you down. Miyu showed a warm smile, and a gold mine was discovered. There is still one chapter. Chapter 185 New Perfect Level Skills. Disciple Might Guy's trust level has been raised, and the current trust level is 4. You have given the disciple a collection of physical training insights. The disciple is extremely grateful and rewarded with a supercritical hit, and obtained the reward. Armament Haki, perfect level. The reward is slightly less than that of Shisui, but it is understandable. After all, Might Guy is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is impossible for him to open his eyes and increase his strength when he is emotional. However, Miyu is still very satisfied with the overall harvest. Might Guy's trust level is full, and the chakra increase in the future will be 4 times the same as Shisui, and he also gained a perfect skill. The gold content of perfect skills is very high. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't say anything else, but Miyu recognizes his strength. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen only has one combination ninjutsu skill that is close to the perfect level, and this perfect skill is actually the armament haki that the strong man next door must have, which is even better. Based on some system localization skills currently obtained, Miyu speculates that the system will refer to the strength of the skills in the original world when localizing skills. For example, the breathing method in Demon Slayer. If you don't know the breathing method, you can't fight against demons at all. The importance of breathing methods can be imagined, so the breathing methods are basically forbidden skills after localization. Although skills of the same level as shaving and finger guns are okay in the local area, they are not very important, so after the system is localized, they are just good physical skills, which are not very important. A large number of training memories related to armament haki kept emerging in Miyu's mind. It seemed that he had practiced this skill for decades in an instant. After obtaining the training memory, Miyu immediately judged that this was a super practical Yin-Dun secret technique. Armament haki belongs to Yin-Dun after localization. The strength of haki is related to the user's mental strength and chakra strength. The entry-level armament haki can be hardened by using, that is, through the change of Yin-Dun's properties, a layer of black substance is created to cover any part of the body, which can not only enhance defense but also increase attack power, and can also be added to kunai shuriken. After becoming proficient, you can wrap and release the armament haki. Wrapping means wrapping special armament haki chakra around the limbs to increase strength and can be used together with hardening, while releasing the armament haki directly releases the Yin-Tun chakra, like spitting fire in Fire Tun and spitting water in Water Tun. Armament haki that reaches the mastery level has absolute control over the haki on the body, and can concentrate the haki at a certain point to create the ultimate defense or the ultimate attack. As for the perfect level, it comprehensively improves the quality of haki. As long as the chakra is sufficient, hard ninjutsu cannot be defeated, and the haki is added to the punch to collapse the sky and crack the earth. After recalling the use of haki in his mind, Miyu even felt that Might Guy could learn it. Although it is a secret technique, armament haki belongs to the type of powerful brick flying. There is no fine operation before mastering it. Miyu feels that Might Guy can't learn it to the mastery level. With Kai's talent in ninjutsu, it is difficult to bring it to the mastery level even if he has the teaching skills. Getting started is considered a success, and becoming proficient is considered a profit. Anyway, after Might Guy opened the 8 gates, he didn't have much else but a lot of chakra. He directly poured chakra into it, and his whole body was high-intensity armed color, which was hard and had high output. Even if he can only use hardening, it is a great improvement. Miyu thought to himself. The fundamental reason why he couldn't use it after opening the 8 gates was that the chakra was too violent and couldn't reach the standard for using ninjutsu. But how to say this armed color domineering secret technique? It is not a specific ninjutsu, but a method of using chakra. Take the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan as an example. The core is also the change of the nature of yin escape, and the shadow imitation technique, Shadow Seam, and Shadow Stab technique are specific ninjutsu. Muyu doesn't need Might Guy to use his domineering to make a ninjutsu. He just needs Might Guy to use hardening. But Muyu is not sure whether it can succeed. After all, he hasn't conducted experiments yet, but he feels that there is a chance of success. After everyone gave their gifts, they blew the cake, made wishes, and a series of other processes. My birthday is February 10th, and there is only 1 month left. Everyone should come together then, Obito reminded with a silly smile while eating cake. It's Kai's birthday now. Obito, you're too impatient, Nohara Rin said helplessly. Only Obito could promote his birthday while celebrating someone else's birthday. Hee. Seeing everyone so happy, I couldn't help but say it. Obito laughed. Obito was looking forward to it, and Muyu was also looking forward to it. After all, there weren't many opportunities to get rewards like this. Muyu felt that it was a little easier to get Obito's gold coins than Might Guy. Although both of them were not too lacking in the love of their elders compared to Shisui, there was a big difference in detail, because Might Guy was a father and Obito was a grandmother. Although Obito was helpful, he didn't treat everyone the same. On the contrary, Obito was the kind of person who would treat you better the better you are to me, the deeper my feelings for you would be. In the original work, Obito turned into a psychopath after seeing Nohara Rin's death, which showed some clues. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar released this novel for the first time. Nohara Rin really started taking care of Obito since he was still a kid. When Obito was late for school, it was Nohara Rin who gave him the admission documents. After that, she took care of him all the way until she died under the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara. So in Obito's big explosion plan, Muyu was going to let Obito see how serious he was about Obito's birthday, how meticulous he was in preparing gifts, and how much he cared about Obito. Just don't be late on your own birthday, Kakashi said lightly. You'll be late on your own birthday, Obito retorted, and then remembered that he hadn't told Nohara Rin about Kakashi's failure in the mission. Lin, let me tell you, although Kakashi is a Chunin, Kai and I are still trainee ninjas. In fact, Kakashi is not as reliable as us when doing missions. When we entered the land of fields, we encountered the enemy. I held back a powerful ninja from the enemy. Kai tried hard to protect the client, and only Kakashi was a burden to teacher Muyu, being controlled and unable to move. Obito seized the opportunity to slander wildly, which stunned Nohara Rin. Kakashi's face darkened. Obito did not say anything about the strength of the enemy who controlled him, but instead talked about how strong the ninja he faced was. Since Obito was so smuggled, Kakashi was not polite, and recalled various details at that time and attacked Obito fiercely. The room suddenly became more lively. At the end, Kakashi and Obito were still replaying the battle with words, looking for each other's weak points. Muyu went to the South Forest alone to test her new ideas. Chapter 186. The possibility of armament hockey. Muyu quietly went deep into the forest, and kept her Byakugan open all the way to make sure there were no other ninjas around her. Muyu first tested the use of armament hockey without opening the 8 gates, condensing the chakra in her hand, and then quickly changing its nature. As the chakra was used, Muyu's right palm was quickly covered with a layer of black substance, which looked like a black glove. Muyu took out a kunai with her left hand and stabbed it hard towards her right hand. Bang! After the kunai touched the palm covered with armament hockey, it shook violently as if it had stabbed something extremely hard, and it could not penetrate at all. Muyu's left hand chakra was activated, and the power of thunder release was attached to the kunai, greatly increasing the power of the kunai. Zizizizi! Exclamation mark! The shining blue lightning wrapped Muyu's palm and kept bombarding Muyu's palm covered with armament hockey. However, although the layer of black substance may be as thin as paper, it has extremely strong defensive power. Even if thunder release continued to shock for several minutes, nothing happened. The defensive power of armament hockey hardening is considerable. Muyu nodded, acknowledging the defensive power of this localized armament hockey of the Hokage. Muyu actually mastered a ninjutsu that is somewhat similar to armament hockey hardening, a ninjutsu called Earth Style, Earth Spear. This ninjutsu can harden the body to enhance defense and attack power. Muyu compared the strength of Earth Spear with Armament Haki and found that the upper limit of Earth Spear is far lower than Armament Haki, whether it is attack, defense or versatility. Earth Spear only has abilities similar to hardening, and cannot be added to weapons, nor can it be as far beyond attack as Haki. The only advantage of Earth Spear is that it can be used with Armament Haki, and the two do not conflict. However, Muyu felt that it was unnecessary. Armament Haki alone is already hard enough, and the defense will overflow with Earth Spear, which is a waste of chakra. Just after testing the defense with lightning-style kunai, Muyu split a shadow clone and used pseudo-darkness to chop him. Muyu used Armament Haki to protect his arms and directly opened his palm to resist the complete pseudo-darkness. Needless to say, the output capacity of the pseudo-darkness means that he can basically ignore most ninjutsu. Of course, Muyu can't just take all ninjutsu in the future battles. He really thinks that the armed color doesn't need chakra. Muyu tried to use the armed color to the extreme, but found that using 10,000 points of chakra to harden and wrap his fist with the armed color domineering is far from the limit. Muyu thought about it, and finally didn't throw a punch with 10,000 points of chakra, and cancelled it. It's better to be low-key in Konoha, otherwise it will be bad if the movement is too big and attracts the Anbu. Then Muyu tested the effect of the armed color to strengthen the weapon, and he chose a standard shuriken. Muyu threw the shuriken with the black armed color domineering attached to the blade towards a half-person high stone. The armed color shuriken easily penetrated the stone, and even penetrated the tree behind the stone, showing a good penetrating power. However, the chakra consumed by Haki made Muyu feel that this should be used like a ninjutsu. Otherwise, if you just throw out a bunch of shuriken with Armament Haki, how much chakra is needed to make it? Since the previous test found that the unearthed spear can be used with Armament Haki, Muyu tried to use Armament Haki to strengthen ninjutsu. Muyu first tested the lightning escape technique, while using Chidori. He also changed the nature of Yin escape technique and used Armament Haki, so that Armament Haki was wrapped around Chidori. Chidori with Armament Haki was no longer pure blue lightning, but turned into black and blue lightning, which looked a bit weird. Chidori with Armament Haki became more powerful, and its destructive power became very terrifying. Everything touched by the black lightning was destroyed. Not all ninjutsu can be strengthened by Armament Haki. After testing, Muyu found that only a few ninjutsu can be strengthened, and most ninjutsu are not suitable, especially fire, wind and water. The ninjutsu suitable for Armament Haki strengthening is either held in the hand or small and powerful. This is a gratifying discovery, which means that Muyu's output limit has increased again, and his burst has become stronger. In addition, Muyu also tested whether the armed color domineering can be compatible with the patterns of the breathing method. He tested them one by one and there were no problems. Open the door. Open. Finally, Muyu opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, trying to see if he could use domineering with the 8 gates open. Muyu once again condensed chakra in his hand, and soon his palm was covered with armed color domineering. Muyu was not too surprised. The more gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu were opened, the more violent the chakra became. In the state of the first gate, he could even use ninjutsu. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Muyu opened 2 gates in one breath, and instantly felt that the chakra in his body began to become uncontrollable. In the state of the third gate, Muyu could no longer use ninjutsu because the chakra was too difficult to control. Muyu, who had been prepared, did not care about this. Since he could not perform fine operations, he would not operate. Muyu bursts out all the chakra in her body and uses Armament Haki. The dark Haki instantly covers her whole body, making her look like she is wearing an airtight black armor. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Muyu can feel the chakra in her body being consumed quickly. The consumption of using Armament Haki on the whole body is much higher than that of the palm or an arm. If you want to ensure the strength of Armament Haki, the consumption will be even greater. For Muyu, it is not worth it to use Armament Haki on the whole body. When encountering most ninjutsu, You can switch to lightning breathing to burst and run away. The consumption of chakra is far lower than that of using armament haki on the whole body. But Might Guy is different. The huge amount of chakra increased by opening the 8 gates of Dunjia is simply not enough for Might Guy, and his only means of attack is physical skills. Most of the time, he needs to fight face to face. Armament haki on the whole body can protect his body well. After testing all the items, Muyu came to the conclusion that armament haki can be used in the state of 8 gates, but don't think about concentrating a little to enhance strength and harden only the arms. Either you can't use it, or it will cover the whole body, and there is no way to control the specific parts. And there is no way to use armament haki to strengthen weapons, so you can only use armament haki to harden and cover your body. Muyu can only say that 8 gates plus armament haki is the ultimate force, and there is no operation at all. Muyu also tried 8 gates plus rock breathing marks plus armament haki, and the chakra consumption directly made Muyu enter and quickly exit in less than 3 seconds. The chakra consumption is too exaggerated, and his 3-door 8 gates can't stand it at all. Muyu would rather use only 8 gates plus rock breathing or only 8 gates plus armament haki, although the strength is weaker, but it is more durable. I don't know how long it will take Might Guy to learn, although he is a powerful person before he mastered armament haki. The difficulty of Yindun is more difficult than the 5 basic properties. Muyu felt that it might be several times more difficult for Might Guy to get started with armament haki than rock breathing. Although rock breathing is difficult, it fits Might Guy's personality very well, and rock breathing is considered a physical skill. Armament haki is different. It is a real Yindun secret technique, and you need to learn the changes of Yindun's properties. Although Might Guy is not like Ali who can't learn ninjutsu at all, his ninjutsu talent can only be said to be terrible. Muyu's previous teaching of Might Guy's shadow clone was really a bit awkward. Shisui learned the ninjutsu in one go, but Might Guy spent a month and didn't make the shadow clone's proficiency reach more than 40, and this was with the blessing of the teaching skill. Later, Muyu simply told Might Guy not to learn it. Anyway, the shadow clone is not very meaningful to Might Guy. Facing such a Might Guy, even though his teaching skill has been upgraded once, his own proficiency in Yintun nature changes is not low, and he has perfect level haki. Muyu feels that it is still not easy to teach Might Guy the basics of armament haki, and it may take years. Chapter 187 Teaching Secret Arts. In the morning, Muyu met with the disciples at the training ground as usual. We won't do any missions these days, and we will concentrate on training to improve our strength. Muyu stood in front of Obito, Kakashi and other disciples and said, the income from D-level missions continued to decrease, and coupled with the newly acquired powerful secret technique of armament haki, Muyu decided to let the students concentrate on training for a while. Muyu quickly continued, we won't train at the training ground today, but practice at another place. Now that she and Kakashi have established initial trust, Muyu is ready to change the training location to the South Forest again. Since Muyu started to teach interns, Nohara Rin and Shisui have never received the professor's bonus, and they are all taught by the shadow clones. Since they are all training, Muyu will definitely strive to maximize the benefits, and everyone will teach together and receive the bonus of teaching skills together. Kakashi has no objection to this. The various trainings of ninjas need to be practiced in different places, so Konoha has set up so many training grounds to provide ninjas with comprehensive training places. Where are you going to practice? Outside the village? Are you going to teach any new powerful ninjutsu? Obito asked with a curious look in his eyes. It's not outside the village, it's in the southern forest, but there is indeed a secret technique to teach you, Muyu replied. What kind of secret technique is it? Is it the fire escape technique that you used before, Mr. Muyu? Obito's interest was aroused at once. It's not fire escape technique. Muyu shook her head. Obito's interest was reduced, but he was still excited. After all, Muyu mentioned you, so he should be able to learn it. Secret technique. Kakashi noticed the elements in Muyu's words. The so-called secret technique is a ninjutsu with a high degree of confidentiality. Generally, ninjutsu that can be called secret techniques are not simple. After all, if they are not strong, they don't need to be kept secret. Konoha has many ninja families that have inherited secret techniques, the most famous of which is the Inoshikacho. However, rather than saying that it is easier for a ninja family to have secret techniques, it is better to say that it is easier to form a ninja family with secret techniques, if he practices the swordsmanship passed down to him by Hotakesukumo to the same level as Hotakesukumo, and then passes it on to the next generation. It will be considered a secret technique over time. Kakashi was a little curious about where Muyu's secret technique came from, and he had never heard of a ninja with the surname Hanyu who was very powerful. Could it be that Muyu teacher created it himself? Kakashi had a guess in his heart. This is not impossible, because Muyu's strength is really unfathomable. The enemy in the last encounter was already considered to be quite powerful, but Muyu could easily solve it without taking it too seriously, and even left a few chunin for them to practice. In Kakashi's mind, even if Muyu's strength has not reached the level of the three ninjas, it is not far away. Considering Muyu's age, this is already a super genius. With this kind of strength and age, Kakashi would not be too surprised even if he developed a secret technique that is enough to support a ninja clan. Secret technique, should I learn it? Might Guy scratched his head and asked Muyu. Although Might Guy is very confident, he is confident in his efforts and perseverance. In terms of ninjutsu talent, Might Guy still respects the facts. His ninjutsu talent is indeed hard to describe. In this regard, he admits that if his ninjutsu talent is good, he doesn't need to specialize in physical skills. You have to learn it, and you must learn it. It will be very important for you in the future, just as important as rock breathing, Muyu said seriously. For Might Guy, who specializes in physical skills, armament hockey is too important. Even if it is just the beginning, it will increase his upper limit. When Muyu said this, Might Guy instantly realized the importance of the unknown secret technique. Might Guy, who has already learned rock breathing, knows how much rock breathing can help him. It has a stronger training effect, stronger explosive power, and can also be used in conjunction with the 8 gates. Then Muyu led the disciples to move to the South Forest to practice. When Muyu and others arrived, Shisui and Nohara Rin had already started practicing under the guidance of the shadow clone. Teacher Muyu. Shisui quickly found the few people who did not hide their traces, stopped practicing and greeted Muyu. Muyu nodded and smiled in response. Nohara Rin, who was practicing strange strength, heard Shisui's voice and found Muyu and others. After breaking the big tree she was practicing with a punch, she also smiled gently and greeted Muyu and others. Listening to Nohara Rin's good morning accompanied by the rumble of a tree falling to the ground, looking at the fallen tree and Nohara Rin's thin arms waving, Kakashi's pupils shrank. Is Zealand's power so strong? Kakashi recalled his memories of school and found that he had no memories related to this. Unlike the surprised Kakashi, Obito has become somewhat accustomed to it, and he feels normal after seeing it more. Zealand, good morning. Obito smiled and greeted Nohara Rin. That was very youthful just now. Might Guy gave Nohara Rin a thumbs up and praised. The progress is not bad, but there are still many places that can be improved. Muyu nodded and gave Nohara Rin some pointers. Nohara Rin, who listened carefully, quickly formed a picture of Muyu's words in her mind, and rehearsed the strange power in her mind. Many points that she couldn't figure out before had new ideas. Thank you, Teacher Muyu. It feels much clearer all of a sudden. Nohara Rin recalled the memory of the inspiration that just burst out. Her eyes brightened a little, and she quickly thanked Muyu and continued to practice. Kakashi looked at this scene with a thoughtful expression. He felt it was strange from the beginning. It was nothing for Shisui to call Muyu teacher, because Muyu was a teacher in the ninja school, but it was strange that there were 2 shadow clones of Muyu here. It was not necessary to send 2 shadow clones to explore the way in advance for training in the village. After all, the training location must have been thought of in advance, not decided on the spur of the moment. Seeing how skilled Muyu was in teaching Nohara Rin, and Nohara Rin's performance, Kakashi's doubts were solved. Shisui and Nohara Rin should be Muyu's extra disciples, so Muyu brought them here to practice together. Kakashi even had a guess in his mind. Maybe Obito and Might Guy had also become Muyu's disciples a long time ago, so their strength improved by leaps and bounds. After all, both parties were in the ninja school. Maybe Muyu liked them, So he taught them, "Shisui, put down your training for the time being. I'm going to teach you a secret technique today." Muyu stopped Shisui's training. Shisui has already opened the Sharingan. With the blessing of the Sharingan, learning Haki related to Yintun is simply a natural advantage. Shisui, who was originally continuing to practice, immediately stopped practicing and walked to Muyu's side. Muyu has no plan to let No-Harlin learn Haki for the time being. At present, No-Harlin's training items are enough for her to practice for a long time, such as Palm Immortal Technique, Super Strength Chakra Scalpel. When those trainings are almost done, No-Harlin can learn Haki, because even if No-Harlin learns Haki now, it will be useless because the chakra is not enough. No-Harlin is the one with the least chakra among Muyu's disciples, and currently has only 700 chakras. There are many reasons for not having much chakra. First, her chakra amount is not too much. When Muyu first saw it, it was far less than Might Guy and Obito. In addition, No-Harlin became a disciple 1 semester later than Obito and others, and there is no breathing method suitable for her. The reason why she taught others, Might Guy, is that he can have a qualitative change and improvement after learning it, and Might Guy learns slowly, so the sooner he learns, the sooner he will learn. Shisui has already opened the Sharingan, and he has good talent, so he will learn very quickly. Moreover, Shisui is very good at Shuriken and Kunai. As for Obito, it will be sooner or later for Uchiha to open his eyes. Currently, there is no skill with higher benefits than armament Haki. Kakashi also has good talent, so he may learn very quickly. Moreover, Kakashi's fighting style will be greatly improved after learning armament Haki. In the early stage, when chakra is not enough, you can use Haki to bless ninjutsu without Haki. Just strengthen the White Fang short blade, and the attack ability will be greatly improved. The secret technique I am going to teach you is called armament Haki, Muyu introduced. Hearing this extremely unfamiliar name of the secret technique, Kakashi is more convinced that this is the secret technique developed by Muyu himself. You should all know that in addition to the 5 basic nature changes of fire style and water style, there is also a special chakra nature change called yin and yang. This armament Haki belongs to yin style. Might Guy has already begun to be confused. He feels that the 5 basic natures are like heavenly books. How difficult must this special chakra nature change be? Shisui looked calm. He had already mastered Yintun, and his level was pretty good. It was not entirely due to the Sharingan. He had been learning illusions with Muyu before. Wow, it sounds amazing. The name is so domineering. Obito was looking forward to the specific effect of this ninjutsu. Muyu concentrated his chakra on his right arm, and soon the whole arm turned black, as if he was wearing a pitch-black armor. Armament Haki can create a very special chakra through the change of Yintun's nature, which can be attached to a person to greatly enhance the defense and attack capabilities. Muyu continued to introduce, "Shisui, take a kunai and stab my arm to try it out." Muyu was ready to demonstrate the actual effect of armament Haki. Shisui showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but out of trust in Muyu, he took out a kunai from his ninja bag and walked in front of Muyu, and quickly stabbed Muyu's arm covered with an unknown black substance. The other 3 disciples focused their attention on the kunai and the arm that was about to be stabbed. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9+_. Then something surprising happened. The sharp kunai didn't leave any marks on Muyu's shoulder, not even a white mark, as if it had never been attacked. "Use all your strength," Muyu said. Shisui nodded, holding the kunai with both hands and stabbing it fiercely. Just now, he knew that Muyu's secret technique was not simple, so Shisui was relieved. Bang! A metal collision sounded, and the huge recoil force from the kunai made Shisui's hands tremble slightly. Everyone could see that Shisui really used a lot of strength this time. When everyone's eyes were put on Muyu's arm again, they found that Muyu's arm still had no changes. The smooth black arm even reflected light under the sun. "Use chakra and concentrate on breathing," Muyu continued to speak. "Whether a ninja uses chakra or not is completely different." "Yeah," Shisui responded while quickly changing his breathing rhythm, entering the state of flame breathing, and concentrating his breathing again and again to gain the strongest power. With the power of breathing technique, Shisui released chakra from his hand to further increase his power, and finally stabbed Muyu's arm with all his strength. Bang! After the kunai stabbed Muyu's arm, before everyone had time to see if Muyu's arm was injured, they saw the sharp part of the kunai break and fall to the ground. "This defense is too strong," Obito said with disbelief as he looked at Muyu's arm, which was still unchanged. He felt that if this could cover the whole body, it would be too safe in battle, and there would be no need to worry about getting injured. Might Guy understood why Muyu said he must learn this secret technique. If he mastered this secret technique, he would not have to learn weapons in the future, and could directly use armed color domineering to fight against others with bare hands. Kakashi's eyes flickered. He still remembered that Muyu's original words were to increase defense and attack at the same time. He was a little curious about the attack demonstration later. However, Muyu did not end the defense demonstration at this point. He asked the students to step back, and then said to Shisui, "Use the balsam chloride to attack me with all your strength. If you want to talk about shocking, of course you have to face the ninjutsu directly, fire style, phoenix chloride." Because Muyu said to use all his strength, Shisui did not use the one-handed one-seal version of the kunai, but instead performed a complete seal and threw out a large number of shurikens. The shurikens moving at high speed touched the flames sprayed by Shisui and instantly turned into dense small fireballs. At this age, he can actually use this level of ninjutsu. Kakashi was very surprised when he saw the might of Shisui's fire style. The first time he saw Shisui was when he was walking with Obito and Nohara Rin at night. At that time, Obito said that Shisui was a genius who was more talented than him. Kakashi did not take Obito's words to heart before. After all, those were Obito's words. But now that Kakashi has seen Shisui's fire style, it is hard to say whether he can beat him. But he is indeed a very strong genius. Seeing that the fireball is about to hit, Muyu immediately burst out all his chakra to cover his whole body with the armed color domineering, and his whole body turned black. Boom! Exclamation mark. The small fireballs kept hitting Muyu's body, causing bursts of explosions, and the fierce flames completely covered Muyu's figure. Obito tried to open his eyes wide, hoping to see through the fire and see Muyu inside. Unfortunately, without the Sharingan, he could only see a vague figure in the fire. Muyu waved his hand as if to drive away mosquitoes, and a strong gust of wind was generated instantly, blowing away the explosion smoke, revealing his unharmed body. It's so easy to resist the fire escape ninjutsu head-on. Kakashi was surprised to see that the black substance on Muyu's body did not change at all. Kakashi knew that Muyu could resist it. After all, if Muyu couldn't withstand it, how could Shisui use his full strength? But in Kakashi's imagination, Muyu's body should have some changes, such as leaving some marks on the black substance. But in fact, Muyu's body did not change at all. Even when Muyu cancelled the armed color domineering, it can be seen that even his clothes were not damaged at all. You have to know that this is a fire escape with both the sharpness of the shuriken and the high temperature of the flame. Kakashi feels that if this ninjutsu hits an ordinary person, it can directly blow people up. So cool, this is the ninjutsu I want to learn. Obito was instantly excited when he saw the shuriken falling from Muyushin and Muyu who was unharmed, and a fantasy appeared in his mind. He and Nohara Rin were on a mission. Nohara Rin was attacked by surprise, and he activated the armament haki to help Nohara Rin resist the attack, and then he was able to ask Nohara Rin if she was injured without any damage. Dao Lin will definitely be impressed by my handsomeness. Obito thought about Nohara Rin's admiration for him and smiled foolishly. This is the defensive ability of armament haki. As long as your haki is strong enough, even ninjutsu can be resisted head-on, Muyu said with a smile. Of course, don't use armament haki to resist ninjutsu like me before you have mastered a certain realm. I do this because my strength is far superior to yours, Muyu reminded him. Except for special cases like the 8 gates of Dunjia, Muyu does not recommend the whole body armament haki under normal circumstances. Concentrating on one point and reaching the pinnacle is the correct development route of armament haki. All of you come behind me, stay away, I'm going to attack, Muyu continued. He consumed chakra to create armament haki, and then began to condense armament haki on his fist, preparing to deliver a simple straight punch. The four disciples all stared at Muyu's fist intently, curious about how strong the attack with armament haki could be. Today is also 7K, please give me a monthly ticket, and strive for 10,000 tomorrow. I also recommend a friend's book. I'm a cultivator, but you let me participate in Horror Paradise Introduction, be timid in the world of immortal cultivation, and strike hard in Horror Paradise. Chapter 188 Armed Fist. It was early January, the coldest time of the year, but the cold wind in the early morning could not stop the ninjas' enthusiasm for training. The disciples followed Muyu's arm swinging, watching Muyu's punches with bated breath, worried that the noise would affect Muyu's performance. Muyu did not use other abilities, he just converted a large amount of chakra into armed color domineering to harden his fist and wrapped the domineering around his fist. He aimed at the river not far away and swung his fist, which was like an iron fist under the armed color domineering, forward. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Just as Muyu swung his fist, a strong wind suddenly roused. Kakashi could feel the strong wind whistling in his ears, and the leaves were blown by the strong wind, making a rustling sound, like a warning of the coming rain. Boom! Exclamation mark. The next moment, a huge roar sounded, as if the air was blown up. The shockwave caused by the fist instantly broke and fell the trees in front of Muyu. Even Shisui and others in the back were affected by the residual power of the powerful impact and could not stand steadily. They had to use chakra to absorb the ground. What an exaggerated punch! Kakashi used his hands to block the various wood chips and leaves blown by the strong wind, squinting his eyes as he watched the shock wave destroy everything along the way, with an uncontrollable look of shock on his face. Kakashi had more experience than Obito and the others, but he had never seen such a scene. Might Guy was even more excited when he saw that Muyu had such a terrifying destructive power with just one punch. You know, Muyu didn't use the 8 gates of ninjutsu or the breathing method. If he used them all at the same time, wouldn't he be able to directly punch through the entire South Forest with one punch? Attack and defense are equally excellent. If you can master it, it is much more important than learning a few more fire ninjutsu. Shisui judged in his heart. There is no doubt that the importance of armament haki can be compared to the breathing method. Muyu immortal, bless me, let me practice armament haki as smoothly as fire breathing. Obito had already begun to pray in his heart that he could successfully learn armament haki. After destroying all the trees along the way, the powerful impact sank into the river. With a loud bang, the river water continued to explode, and a large amount of river water and various river seafood in it were blown up. Nohara-rin, who was originally practicing, stopped temporarily and looked at Muyu curiously. Muyu was quite satisfied with her control. Such an attack was very conspicuous outside, but it was just a small movement in the South Forest that occupied 30% of Konoha's territory. In addition to choosing to strengthen your body, you can also use armament haki to harden your weapons. Muyu cancelled the armament haki on his fist, took out a kunai, attached hardened armament haki to the edge of the kunai, and at the same time wrapped the power of armament haki around the kunai. Muyu casually picked a nearby stone and threw the kunai away. With a whoosh, the kunai quickly stabbed at the stone and blew it up the moment it touched the stone. What a versatile secret technique! Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. He thought that the attack and defense were already very strong, but he didn't expect that it could be added to weapons. Kakashi felt that this secret technique was very suitable for his fast, accurate and ruthless swordsmanship. The already sharp white fang short blade was strengthened by the armament haki, and the strength made Kakashi feel that it would be a waste if he didn't cut some hard objects. Might Guy didn't feel much about this. He was not very good at using shuriken, and he rarely used kunai. Basically, he fought with fists and feet. Shisui's eyes lit up, and he felt that the short blade given by Muyu would come in handy. As long as you practice the secret technique to a higher level, there are actually many things that can be strengthened, even ninjutsu can be done. Muyu stretched out his hand and concentrated a large amount of chakra to change the nature of the lightning chakra. Then the shining purple lightning appeared in Muyu's hand. Muyu asked Kakashi to summon the earth flow wall, and Muyu used the purple lightning to break the earth flow wall. After destroying the earth flow wall, Muyu asked Kakashi to use Earth Escape to summon the Earth Wall. This time, Muyu did not use ordinary Purple Lightning, but the Armed Lightning Escape Purple Lightning strengthened by the Armed Color Domineering. Boom! Exclamation mark under the attack of the terrifying Black and Purple Lightning. The wide and thick Earth Wall was instantly disintegrated, leaving only a pile of black charred mud and stones. Although the Purple Lightning showed great power both times, the four disciples could still clearly feel that the Purple Lightning with the Armed Color Domineering was more powerful. This secret technique is too strong. It can even strengthen ninjutsu. If you learn it, won't your overall strength change? Obito felt that the strength of this domineering secret technique that Muyu taught was too exaggerated. Although the breathing method is strong, the breath of fire can only strengthen the fire escape, and the breath of rock is only outstanding in strengthening physical ability. The Armed Color Domineering is different. It can resist ninjutsu in terms of defense, and it can punch out as strong as ninjutsu in terms of attack power, and it can also strengthen weapons and ninjutsu. It does enhance your strength, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. Muyu shook her head and said, "First of all, armament haki cannot enhance all ninjutsu. For example, it is difficult to enhance fire escape, such as Great Fireball. Then, the chakra consumption of armament haki to enhance ninjutsu is not small. Frequent use of armament haki to enhance ninjutsu in battle will consume a lot of chakra." Obito thought things were too simple. Although armament haki is strong, it burns chakra. If it is not chakra, it can't withstand such burning, especially for Muyu who has a lot of high proficiency skills. He feels that his chakra may not be enough to burn even if it reaches 200,000. High proficiency nature change can convert a lot of chakra in one breath, and the markings of various breathing methods are also big chakra consumers. Now there is a bottomless pit like perfect armament haki. Fire escape is not possible? Obito scratched his head and suddenly felt that armament haki was not over the limit. It's not that fire escape is not possible, but most of the fire escape is not possible, Muyu corrected. Next, except for Shisui, the three of you have to learn the nature change of yin escape. Muyu began to arrange the next training. Most ninjas are born with a chakra attribute, but this does not mean that ninjas cannot master the changes in chakra properties other than the innate attribute. It's just that learning the changes in the properties of that innate attribute will be faster and the upper limit will be higher. Of course, there are exceptions. It is possible to have one more attribute or one less attribute. For example, Dao Li has no chakra attribute, and when Muyu tested the chakra attribute of Might Guy, he found that Might Guy has two innate attributes. One is thunder and the other is fire. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. Although Might Guy has two innate attributes, it is almost the same as Ali having no attributes. It is too strenuous to learn ninjutsu. It is better to spend more time to exercise the body. The two attributes of yin and yang cannot be tested by chakra test paper. Muyu started teaching directly. However, in order to brush today's apprentice return reward, Muyu chose to teach Shisui's armed color domineering first, and the clone taught Kakashi and the other two the yin escape chakra property change. The essence of yin escape is to rely on spiritual power to create form from nothing. It can be said that the core of using yin escape is spiritual power. Muyu explained, if you see a strange and incomprehensible ninjutsu in Naruto, it may be related to Yin Dan, because Yin Dan's main feature is to create something out of nothing. As Muyu continued to talk, Might Guy began to get confused. He knew every word Muyu said, but he didn't know what it meant when they were connected. It's so difficult. Obito scratched his hair, feeling that the change in the chakra nature of Yin Dan was really elusive compared to the change in the nature of the chakra of Fire Dan. So that's how it is. It's really special compared to the 5 major properties. Kakashi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and he began to gradually understand Yin Dan. At this time, the gap in the three people's ninjutsu talents was revealed. Although their potential was S-level, Obito and Might Guy's learning ability in ninjutsu was far lower than Kakashi. Although it was a shadow clone Muyu, the proficiency and teaching level of Yin Dan were real, but there was no teaching skill blessing. On the other side, Muyu's main body also began to formally teach the armed color. Armament haki is a Yin Dan ninjutsu. Yin-Tun ninjutsu is to transform the non-existent into something through chakra and imagination. When practicing armament haki, you can imagine that there is an invisible armor on your body, and then use chakra to materialize the armor. Muyu said to Shisui, "Invisible armor." Shisui fell into deep thought. Armament haki is more difficult than he thought. He originally thought that it would be easier with the experience of learning illusions, which are also yin-tun. As a result, after starting to learn, he found that the difference between the two is really big. Don't use the experience of learning illusions to apply armament haki. Each yin-tun secret technique is very different. Muyu saw through Shisui's thoughts and reminded him, there is a reason why yin and yang are listed as two special nature changes. The difference between Great Fireball and Great Fire Extinguishing is that the flames of Great Fire Extinguishing are more, and everyone can see at a glance that this is Fire Tun. But if you perform the shadow imitation technique and the heart turning technique to someone who doesn't know the nature of chakra, no matter how much that person thinks, he will not be able to think that one controls the shadow and the other invades the head. These two ninjutsu actually belong to the same nature change. Different yin style and yang style secrets have very different effects. You taught your disciple armament haki, and because the disciple was very grateful, he rewarded you with a big critical hit, and obtained the ninjutsu earth style, weighted rock technique, proficient level, and ninjutsu that has nothing to do with Shisui was revealed. But Muyu was used to it. The reward for teaching a disciple is not 100% related to the disciple, but the probability is higher. He also revealed the nature change of water on Might Guy, and it can be considered a small explosion. Weighted rock is considered a top-level earth-style ninjutsu, which can petrify the enemy, increase the enemy's weight to slow down, and increase its own weight to increase its attack. As for the super weighted rock technique, that thing is essentially to use the weighted rock technique with all your strength. It can't be said to be two ninjutsu, and Super Shinro Tensei is almost the same. If Muyu is willing to condense all his chakra into armament haki and throw a punch, it can also be called Super Arm Punch. There are similar ones like Shadow Clone Technique and Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Although Multiple Shadow Clone Technique is a forbidden technique, once you are proficient in it, you will automatically master multiple shadow clones. However, most people don't use so much chakra on shadow clones. This chapter is 3.2k. If it can be written, there will be another 6.8k. I saw Might Guy's chakra attributes in the Jinjutsu. I think with Might Guy's ninjutsu talent, he should not practice the nature change specially, so he is born with two attributes. Don't think too much about the yin nature change. Genjutsu is also yin escape, but Genjutsu is still considered a basic skill in the ninja world. Chapter 189 Teaching the Breathing of Thunder. Muyu taught Shisui for 2 hours, then switched with the shadow clone, with the original teaching Kakashi and the other two, while the clone taught Shisui. Although Shisui was the most potential gold mine, Muyu would not be partial in teaching. He would treat everyone equally. Back to Kakashi and the others, Muyu first used the appraisal technique to look at Kakashi and the others' data, and found that Kakashi and Obito already had proficiency in yin-tun, but Obito's proficiency was very low, only a little, and Might Guy didn't even have a little. Muyu was not surprised. This was within his expectations. After all, that was Might Guy who couldn't learn Shadow Clone in a month after the professor's blessing. With the blessing of the upgraded version of the original professor, Kakashi's proficiency in yin-tun's nature changes rose rapidly. After 2 hours, his proficiency suddenly increased from 3 points to 10 points. And Obito also went from 1 point to 3 points. As for Might Guy, he finally completed the breakthrough of 0 and had a little proficiency. This made Muyu very happy. As if he could practice to a certain level of proficiency, he would have the hope of learning, although it would be much slower. In the afternoon, Muyu did not let Might Guy practice the nature change again, but let him practice the 8 gates. In fact, for Might Guy now, the practice of the 8 gates is the most important. Why the pattern state of rock breathing is very strong when it is put on Might Guy is because he can practice the 8 gates to a very high level. And then there will be a lot of chakra for rock breathing to burn. The lack of accurate control of haki is also a big consumer of chakra. Muyu can say that even if Might Guy learns haki now, it will not have much practical significance. Without the 8 gates, where will there be so much chakra for him to burn? Kakashi and Obito are still practicing yin-style nature change in the afternoon. Nature change is easy to learn, but it is difficult to master it. Miyu saw that some Chunin teachers have also mastered yin-style nature change, but they are only at the entry level, and their proficiency is not high. Basically, they have learned some simple illusions. Estimating based on Kakashi, who has the fastest progress, Miyu feels that Kakashi can master yin-style nature change in about 7 days. The proficiency from non-entry to entry is 100 points. Although Kakashi can increase his proficiency by 10 points in the morning, the nature of the change is that it is more difficult to increase the later, not that it is fixed to increase by 10 points every 4 hours of training. As for Obito, Miyu feels that it may be around 20 days, and it is difficult to estimate for Might Guy. It may take several months. When the afternoon training was about to end, Miyu split a shadow clone and went to the training ground for the holiday special training. He had promised Hongdu and the others that he would go to take a look when he had time. His original body was indeed very busy, and he had to use the teaching skills to speed up the students' learning of ninjutsu, but there was no pressure to split a shadow clone. When Miyu arrived at the training ground, it was almost time for the disbanding, and the students began to rest. Miyu glanced and happened to see Hongdu lying dead on the ground, so he walked over. "How is the special training going?" Miyu walked over and said with a smile. Hongdu, who was taking a nap with her eyes closed, woke up instantly when she heard this familiar and warm voice. After opening her eyes and confirming that it was Miyu, she hugged Miyu's thigh and complained, "Teacher Miyu, holiday special training cannot be without you. Holiday special training without you is like strawberry cake without strawberries. It has no meaning to exist." Miyu bent down and rubbed Hongdu's little head, pulled her down and sat on the grass and asked with a smile, "What happened? Why can't I be absent from the special training suddenly?" Hongdu's voice also attracted the attention of some people nearby, since the number of special trainees this time was not much different from the last time. The surrounding students surrounded Miyu when they saw her. "Those teachers are not as good as you, Teacher Miyu, in teaching. It's fine if they can't teach well, but they also assign a lot of training tasks for us to complete, and we are not allowed to rest in the middle." Hongdu told Miyu all the unhappiness she encountered these days. "Yes, although there are several teachers, it's better to have you, Teacher Miyu, teach alone." The student next to him nodded in agreement when he heard Hongdu's complaints. The students felt very strange. The last special training was a great success. Why not follow the experience of the last time? Why change it? Hongdu's words opened the chatterbox of the surrounding students. Many students expressed their dissatisfaction. Miyu listened with a smile. How should I put it? He was not too surprised. The actions of these teachers were within his expectations. Miyu was promoted to a special jonin by the 3rd generation because he did a good job in the special training last time. Moreover, the teachers selected for this special training were also more capable teachers in the ninja school. If they were alone, they might not dare to compete with Miyu, but if there were several of them, it would be different. They would think that they could at least be comparable to Miyu. Even if they could not become a special jonin like Miyu, there would be no problem with promotion and salary increase. But the reality is cruel, not to mention that Miyu has the teaching skills. Even if he does not have the teaching skills, his teaching level can beat those ninja teachers. His various high-level skills are all based on real training experience, and Miyu has also learned how to become a teacher in the previous world system. Whether it is ninja knowledge or professionalism as a teacher, those Chunin teachers cannot be compared with Miyu. When they found out that they might not be able to achieve results, they began to get anxious. The result of several people teaching together was not as good as Miyu's original one. They were still based on Miyu's successful experience. Increasing the amount of training became a matter of course. After all, it is impossible for strength to decrease with practice. When many students surrounded Miyu in a circle, more and more students came. Originally, they came to watch the fun. But when they saw Miyu actually came, they had to have a good chat. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. The more students there are, the faster they gather. In the end, most of the students came to Miyu. Why are you all gathered together? Stay in your own class. The Chunin teacher also noticed the abnormality of the students and came over to scold them. Anyway, the get out of class is about to end. Let them rest freely, Miyu said. The Chunin teacher then realized that Miyu, who was sitting among the students, had many students standing, blocking the Chunin teacher's sight. So it's Director Miyu. You're right. Everyone should have a good rest, the Chunin teacher said with a smile. As a more motivated teacher, he admired Miyu very much. He was promoted within less than a year of joining the job. Not only did he get promoted in the ninja school, but he was also promoted directly from Chunin to Special Jonin. Then Miyu continued to chat with the students. Even after class, many students did not go home but chatted with Miyu. I can't join this holiday special training because I have other work to be responsible for. As for the future, I don't know. It depends on the arrangement of the third generation. I personally want to continue to lead the special training. Miyu answered the students' questions one by one. After Might Guy and the others graduate, Miyu will probably not lead interns for a long time. After all, Shisui will only be a second year by then, and it's still early. I will coordinate with the special training teachers to see if we can make a more reasonable training plan, Miyu said with a smile. The students gave him a good surprise at the end of the last special training. Miyu didn't mind doing this kind of thing. Teacher Miyu is the best, Hongdu cheered. She decided that if the next special training teacher is not Miyu, she will not come at all. Non-fourth grade students can choose not to come. The next day, in the morning, Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy practiced yin-style transformation. Shisui practiced armament hockey alone. In the afternoon, Miyu arranged for Kakashi to practice lightning breathing. The reason why he didn't teach yesterday was mainly because there was only one chance to return the apprenticeship per day. In order to get more rewards, he taught one day later. This chapter is 2.4, and there will be more later, but it may be late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Might Guy opens the door. Do you think I'm fast? Miyu asked Kakashi. Fast? Kakashi nodded and replied immediately. Miyu was definitely the fastest ninja he had ever seen. When Miyu burst out her true speed, Kakashi couldn't even see where Miyu was. If you can practice the technique I will teach you next, then you can become as fast as me, Miyu said with a smile. Kakashi has a very good talent for lightning chakra. Among the breathing methods he has mastered, the lightning breathing is the most suitable for Kakashi. As for Kakashi's reaction problem, this can be solved by practicing seriously. The fourth Raikage can be as fast as Flying Thunder God with the lightning chakra mode. And there is no reaction problem because the lightning chakra activates the nerves. The lightning breathing is not worse than the lightning chakra mode and can do the same operation. If Kakashi really can't learn this micro operation, the lightning breathing can also enhance the power of lightning, and everything will be solved when he practices the transparent world. The technique I'm going to teach you next is enough to be called a forbidden technique. It will be very difficult to learn. Be prepared, Miyu reminded him with a serious face. He had to let Kakashi know how powerful what he taught was, so that Kakashi would be grateful. Forbidden technique. Kakashi was surprised. He didn't expect that he had just learned a secret technique yesterday and had to learn another forbidden technique today after becoming Miyu's disciple for less than half a month. Could it be that Mr. Miyu actually knew my father? Miyu's generosity made Kakashi wonder if Miyu had a good relationship with his dead father, so she took care of him so much. This high-level ninjutsu, secret technique, and forbidden technique were taught casually like sea-level ninjutsu. He had been in several teams and had never seen such a situation. The name of this forbidden technique is thunder breathing, and the core is to strengthen yourself through highly concentrated breathing. When you learn the full concentration breathing of thunder breathing, you can instantly increase the speed of the nature change of Thunder Attribute Chakra, and at the same time, you can use the nature change of Thunder Attribute Chakra to activate cells to enhance explosive power. Muyu introduced enhanced nature change and activate cells. Kakashi's face under the mask instantly became extremely surprised. He had heard of the latter's activated cells, but enhancing nature change was really unheard of. However, Kakashi listened to Muyu's words and suddenly remembered that when he fought with Might Guy and Obito before, the two of them suddenly burst out with powerful power. Have Obito and Guy learned it? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. They also learned breathing methods, but they are different from yours. They are two other breathing methods. Muyu told Kakashi the facts directly without hiding anything. Obito learned the breath of fire, which can enhance fire escape and physical ability, and Might Guy learned the breath of rock, which cannot enhance any nature, but greatly improves the body. Kakashi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there were several such powerful forbidden techniques, and Muyu had mastered them all. This is a solid conclusion. He said that the speed at which the two of them had increased their strength was too exaggerated. Every time they met, their strength improved a lot. If there was a ninja like Muyu teaching them, it would be reasonable. Judging from Kakashi's learning experience over the past 10 days, Muyu is really good at teaching. If you learn thunder breathing quickly, I can also consider teaching you other breathing methods, Muyu said with a smile. Different breathing methods are not contradictory. The reason why students are not allowed to learn more breathing methods is that they require too much energy and are not worth it for the time being. I'm getting off topic. Next, let me show you the actual performance of thunder breathing. Muyu switched the breathing method to thunder breathing, and then directly entered the full concentration state, grabbing Kakashi and taking him for a run in the forest. When Muyu put Kakashi down, Kakashi couldn't even stand. Kakashi leaned against the tree and shook his head. In just a few minutes, he felt that he had walked through the southern forest. Of course, in addition to the characteristic of speed, all breathing methods can enter the corresponding chakra mode after practicing to a certain level. The chakra mode of thunder breathing can use any lightning release ninjutsu without seals, increase the power of lightning, and activate cells throughout the process. After Kakashi recovered a little, Muyu and Kakashi briefly talked about the real power of breathing methods. Only after learning the markings, breathing methods can become real forbidden techniques. Then Muyu entered the state of thunder breathing. With the extreme concentration of breathing and the continuous burst of chakra, Muyu's whole body was surrounded by dazzling blue lightning, as if wearing a piece of armor made of lightning. Lightning release. Pseudo-darkness. Muyu did not make a seal, but directly opened her mouth and spit out a powerful lightning, instantly destroying a large area of trees in an area. Then Muyu grasped the air, and a large amount of blue lightning continued to form a lightning spear. Muyu shot the lightning spear out, and a huge explosion sounded instantly, and a big pit appeared. Muyu in the state of thunder breathing marks was like the god of thunder in the world, and every move could produce lightning equivalent to thunder release ninjutsu. This is the power of the breathing pattern. It is really an extreme change of nature. You don't know what the hand seal is, you can use ninjutsu as you like. It is really strong, and the chakra consumption is really fierce. Every time Muyu attacks, chakra is burning. After letting Kakashi know how powerful the thunder breathing will be in the future, Muyu quickly exited the pattern state. No wonder it is a forbidden technique. As a ninja who is good at using lightning escape, Kakashi can be said to have changed his view of ninja. The picture of Muyu being able to hit a powerful lightning with a slap is too exaggerated. He can't use such a powerful lightning escape ninjutsu even if he completes the hand seal. What's more terrifying is that Muyu also masters other breathing methods. Muyu in the flame breathing chakra mode will blow a sea of fire. And how strong can Muyu's body be in the rock breathing chakra mode? If you use the breathing method chakra mode at the same time, and then use domineering to strengthen, then what kind of terrifying realm can Muyu's strength reach? Kakashi only feels that Muyu's strength is unfathomable, and there is no way to judge her full strength. Let's start with the most basic breathing. You need to change your normal breathing method and focus your breathing. Muyu began to teach formally. Although Kakashi was much stronger than Shisui and the others when he was learning the breathing method, his performance was not better than Shisui and the others. The difference between the two sides was not much. You taught your disciple the breathing of thunder. Because the disciple was very grateful for the reward of critical hit, you received the reward of thunder attribute chakra nature change, proficient level. However, Muyu was quite satisfied with the reward Kakashi exploded. Although they were all proficient level, in Muyu's mind, the chakra nature change of proficient level was better than the ninjutsu of mastery level. Of course, powerful skills such as armament haki and breathing method were excluded. After an afternoon, Kakashi, like Shisui and Obito, did not improve his proficiency at all. After learning for an afternoon without making any progress, Kakashi, who had always learned everything very quickly, felt a sense of frustration. However, with Muyu's reminder, Kakashi also knew that the breathing of thunder was different from the ninjutsu he had learned before and was very difficult, so this frustration quickly dissipated. When the training time was about to end, Muyu received good news that Might Guy could finally open the first gate of the 8 gates. After successfully using the first gate of the 8 gates, Might Guy's upgrade reward was also settled. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _bar. First published this novel. Disciple Might Guy has practiced hard under your guidance and gained a certain increase in strength. He was rewarded with the 8 gates, proficient. The upgrade reward is very good. This time, there is finally no 3 or 6 gates, but it is very direct to let Muyu master the complete 8 gates. Although Muyu rarely uses the 8 gates in battle, as he continues to strengthen his body in the rock breathing, Muyu believes that one day he will be able to open 6 or even 7 gates without injury, even if he doesn't use it in battle. It is also very good to use it to teach Might Guy. Muyu thought that Obito would trigger the upgrade reward first, but Might Guy overtook him and triggered the reward first. Obito's worst time is coming. Before opening the Sharingan, he can't beat anyone except Nohara Rin, Muyu thought to himself. Facing Might Guy who used the 8 gates and rock breathing at the same time, Obito had no chance of winning. Obito's old rival Kakashi was also stronger than Obito, not to mention Shisui. He was the youngest among Muyu's disciples, but he was the strongest. You should get more familiar with the opening state of the 8 gates. The first 3 gates are the safe zone of the 8 gates, so you can speed up the progress. Muyu said to Might Guy. Since Might Guy can open the 8 gates, it's time to complete the training task. After all, Kakashi has become Muyu's disciple now. As long as Kakashi is willing to study hard, his strength will improve soon. The breathing method that has not been introduced can also enhance his strength to a certain extent. Muyu calculated the time. Might Guy's training task has lasted for more than 5 months. It is the training task with the longest time span at present. He feels that the reward after settlement should be very good. Moreover, after Might Guy's trust level was raised to 4, there was no life task. Muyu guessed that the training task may not coexist with the life task, or the life task cannot be triggered when the training task is in progress. Might Guy's life mission is relatively easy to guess. Muyu guessed that it was to become the strongest in taijutsu in the ninja world. About 5 days later, Obito's promotion reward was settled. Disciple Uchiha Obito has practiced hard under your guidance and gained a certain increase in strength. He was rewarded. Fire attribute chakra nature change, proficient. Muyu felt a little regretful. It would be better if it was wind attribute chakra nature change. Then all 5 of his basic attributes would be above the proficient level. In the end, this proficient level of fire attribute nature change became 750 points of proficiency, allowing Muyu's fire chakra nature change proficiency to reach the mastery level of 8,350 points of proficiency. In these 5 days, Might Guy quickly became familiar with the feeling of opening the 8 gates of Dunjia. Muyu tested the strength of both sides and then compared them. Might Guy, who could use rock breathing and 8 gates of Dunjia at the same time, was slightly stronger. Muyu did not hesitate and arranged combat training for the 2 at noon that day. Proper fighting can help you better master the skills you have learned. Today, you fight with Kakashi, and then Obito fights with Shisui. After the battle, take a break and then switch opponents to continue fighting, Muyu said. The training task must be completed. and Miyu gave his disciples some motivation. He thought Kakashi should not know that Shisui's strength is stronger than his, and Obito's memory is still at the stage where his strength is stronger than Might Guy. As for Nohara-rin, the current strength gap is large, and there is not much meaning in participating. Watching the battle can be motivated. Why not me and Kakashi? Obito sighed. It was really boring to fight with Shisui. He didn't give him a chance at all, and he felt that his strength had improved a little recently, and maybe there was hope of defeating Kakashi. My dear friend, be careful this time. My youth is burning especially hot today. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. 3.4k sub. I wrote until more than 2 o'clock and got stuck. I can't write anymore. The 3 chapters add up to about 9k. Please ask for a monthly ticket. This 1k will be made up tomorrow. Chapter 191. Towards the strongest physical skills. I hope you're not just talking. Kakashi posed calmly. Kakashi would not underestimate Might Guy's strength, but he also did not think that Might Guy could beat him now. So far, he has never lost a battle with his peers, not to mention those who are 1 year older than him. Kakashi, who is 2 or 3 years older than him, had never lost. The battle begins. Miyu shouted quickly after both of them were ready. Swish! Exclamation mark. Kakashi immediately took out many shurikens and shot them at Might Guy. Might Guy's chakra burst out from his feet, and with a whoosh, he used the instant body technique to disappear in front of Kakashi and avoid the incoming shuriken. Kakashi felt the strong wind coming from the side, and immediately kicked to the side, colliding with Might Guy's foot. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the powerful force made Kakashi retreat several steps. Kakashi knew that he could not defeat Might Guy with physical skills alone. While retreating, Kakashi continued to retreat to the back and quickly formed hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. After creating 2 shadow clones, Kakashi stopped retreating and rushed towards Might Guy with the 2 shadow clones. Kakashi's real body was slightly behind the 2 shadow clones. As long as Might Guy showed a flaw when attacking the shadow clones, he would immediately use purple lightning to rush up and hold Might Guy. Seeing Kakashi's quick counterattack, Might Guy laughed. Kakashi, this is the first time I use this forbidden technique in a battle. I have been keeping it for you since I learned it. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy entered a highly concentrated breathing state, absorbing a large amount of oxygen to improve his physical ability. The absorbed air traveled through the chakra meridians in his body, cooperating with the chakra to strengthen his whole body. This is not over yet. On the basis of the rock breathing full concentration breathing, Might Guy opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. 8 gates of ninjutsu? Open the door. Open! Might Guy roared and opened the door that restricted the chakra in his body. In an instant, the chakra increased greatly, and his physical ability was enhanced again. Konoha whirlwind. At the moment when Kakashi's shadow clones rushed up, Might Guy kicked out a super speed whirlwind kick, and the powerful force directly kicked the 2 shadow clones of Kakashi away on the spot. Opportunity. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right hand, concentrated a large amount of chakra in his palm to change the nature of lightning escape, and then rushed towards Might Guy. Kakashi quickly completed the nature change and form change, and the shining purple lightning bloomed in Kakashi's palm, as if a purple sharp blade was put on his palm. But Might Guy, who used rock breathing and 8 gates at the same time, was more powerful than Kakashi could imagine. Although he had just defeated 2 shadow clones, at the moment when Kakashi rushed up, Might Guy showed super speed and easily dodged Kakashi's slash. This speed, how could it be? Kakashi frowned. The speed that Might Guy suddenly showed was beyond his expectations. On the second day of joining the team, Kakashi and Might Guy had fought once, so Kakashi dealt with Might Guy according to the experience of the previous battle. After all, only half a month had passed, and Might Guy should not have made much progress, but the facts told Kakashi that he was wrong. Might Guy's speed after half a month was not at the same level as that of Might Guy half a month ago. Not only Kakashi, but also Obito and Shisui who were watching the battle were shocked by Might Guy's speed. What's going on? Did Akai's rock breathing have a new breakthrough? Why did he suddenly become faster? Obito scratched his head and said in surprise. He was a little confused about Might Guy's sudden burst of speed, but he remembered that Might Guy had just successfully practiced rock breathing not long ago, and he was the first to break through the breathing method. Shisui looked solemn when he saw the speed displayed by Might Guy. If he faced such a Might Guy, he might have to use the Sharingan to win steadily. Kakashi, who made a misjudgment, immediately changed his moves to make up for it. He activated the purple lightning on his right hand, turning it into lightning and rushing around. The purple lightning that attacks in a large area gives up some of its power in exchange for the attack range, and after all, it is still lightning, which can paralyze the opponent. But Kakashi underestimated Might Guy's fighting ability and his desire for victory. When Miyu taught him the armament haki, he demonstrated the purple lightning several times. Because the purple lightning is different from other lightning techniques, it is purple lightning, so Might Guy was deeply impressed. When Kakashi used the purple lightning, Might Guy was already prepared. After dodging the slash, he quickly retreated to the back and dodged the purple lightning. Oh no! Seeing Might Guy dodge the purple lightning, Kakashi thought it was not good. Although the purple lightning is flexible and powerful, it requires a lot of chakra. After consuming a lot of chakra and failing to achieve any results, Kakashi was already at a disadvantage in this battle. After dodging the purple lightning, Might Guy knew that the time for counterattack had come. He was already on the road to victory. He immediately ran towards Kakashi at full speed. Might Guy could feel the power surging from his body. He used the breathing technique from the outside, and developed the 8 gates of the ninjutsu from the inside. The two forbidden techniques worked together. At this moment, his power had reached the peak since he started practicing. While running, Might Guy poured all his strength into his legs. A large amount of chakra condensed on his legs. He wanted to concentrate all his strength and kick out an unprecedentedly powerful kick. If Might Guy pulled up his trouser legs at this time, he could see the hideous appearance of all the meridians on his legs bulging. Ultimate Konoha Gritty Tornado. Might Guy gathered all his strength while running and suddenly kicked out an extreme kick. The strong wind that was raised at the moment of kicking could blow Kakashi's white hair backwards. This attack cannot be resisted by force, and must be avoided. This idea immediately appeared in Kakashi's mind. But the next moment Kakashi abandoned this idea, because Might Guy, who was approaching at a very fast speed, told him with facts that Might Guy was much faster than him. In the case of a failed game, Kakashi had lost the opportunity to dodge. When Might Guy dodged the purple lightning slash, both Might Guy and Kakashi had two choices. Kakashi could change his purple lightning or retreat, while Might Guy could use physical skills to attack Kakashi or retreat with his speed. The reason why Kakashi chose to use purple lightning instead of retreating was that he was worried that Might Guy would directly attack, so it would be meaningless for Kakashi, who was slower, to retreat. So Kakashi chose to turn the purple lightning into a large-scale attack. If Might Guy dared to attack, he would be paralyzed by lightning in an instant. Although Kakashi was very decisive in executing his idea, it was a pity that Might Guy was equally decisive and successfully predicted Kakashi's actions, causing Kakashi's attack to miss and consume a lot of chakra in vain. Might Guy was getting closer and closer to Kakashi, leaving Kakashi no time to think. He didn't even have time to seal the purple lightning, and he didn't have chakra to use a second time without sealing the purple lightning. He gathered chakra on his arm and made the final resistance. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Kakashi, can you please do something? Although he usually disliked Kakashi, Obito felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Kakashi being suppressed by Might Guy. He really wanted to give Might Guy 1000 tails so that the two could switch positions. How cool would it be if he was the one to kick? It might sound a bit sorry for Might Guy, but Obito hoped that Kakashi would win because he wanted to be the first person to defeat Kakashi. Defeating Kakashi and returning all the sarcastic words Kakashi had said before, Obito could laugh so hard just thinking about it. Miyu watched this scene with her hands behind her back, and there was no surprise. Kakashi made mistakes not because Kakashi's combat wisdom was not as good as Might Guy's, but because his hard power was not as good as Might Guy's. This caused Kakashi to be under a lot of pressure during the battle game. and it was easier to make mistakes. As the distance between the two people got closer and closer, Might Guy suddenly remembered the first time he met Kakashi. At that time, Kakashi was the first in the enrollment, and he was a failed student. Because of his efforts, he was finally admitted to the ninja school and happened to be assigned to the same class as Kakashi. During class, the teacher asked Kakashi to stand up and demonstrate the clone technique. As a result, Kakashi directly created several shadow clones. From then on, Might Guy knew what a true genius looked like. Might Guy still hasn't forgotten the teacher's praise for Kakashi at that time, and the admiring eyes of his classmates looking at Kakashi. From then on, he vowed to surpass such a genius Kakashi. But Might Guy's strength was very poor at that time. Not only was he poor in ninjutsu, but he was also not good at physical skills. When Might Guy challenged Kakashi for the first time, Kakashi easily solved him with one move. Might Guy was ridiculed by many people for overestimating his own abilities and wanting to challenge a genius when he was the last one. He ignored the words of these people, took the ridicule as encouragement, silently increased the amount of training, and went to challenge Kakashi whenever he made progress. Meeting Muyu was an important note in his life. Muyu taught him stronger physical skills, gave him secret medicine to eliminate fatigue, and made a training plan for him to improve his strength faster. Facing the rapidly improving Might Guy, Kakashi gradually had to use all his strength to deal with him, and to use all his means. But it is difficult to challenge a genius. Until yesterday, in a serious battle, Might Guy had never defeated Kakashi once. AKA, I believe you can become the strongest in physical skills, because you are a hard-working genius. Muyu's words still echoed in his ears. As he continued to breathe, Might Guy felt that his body seemed to have more power. He continued to add that extra power to his legs. Super Konoha Great Ki Cyclone. The kick he threw was no longer a limit kick, but a kick that exceeded the limit. Bang! Might Guy kicked Kakashi's crossed defensive arms with a kick that exceeded the limit, and there was a loud bang. Feeling the huge power coming from his arm, Kakashi's face changed instantly, and the severe pain quickly spread from his arm to his whole body. After only a few seconds of fighting, under the impact of the huge power, Kakashi flew backwards and hit the tree hard. Kakashi felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. He tried hard to stand up but failed, and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, I win this time. Might Guy supported his knee with one hand, panting heavily, smiling and giving Kakashi a thumbs up. After 4 years of hard work, he finally defeated the genius who could kill him in seconds. Relying on his physical training that he had trained day and night, he defeated the genius Kakashi. This time, it was the victory of the hard-working genius. Disciple Might Guy completes the training mission. Disciple Might Guy obtains an optional life mission, towards the path to the strongest physical skills. Chapter 192. The heart of playing shadow clone is dirty. Disciple Might Guy completes training mission, and receives rewards. Chakra plus 2500, Peacock, Mastery, Tiger of the Day, Proficiency. It may be that Might Guy's strength has increased greatly during this mission, and both the amount of chakra and skills can be considered high-quality rewards. Although it is difficult to use physical skills such as Peacock and Tiger of the Day without the 8-door enhanced body, he can teach them to Might Guy, so that Might Guy can develop more 8-door physical skills. Muyu glanced at his chakra. Name, Hanyu Muyu, Chakra, 36,500. It must be said that it is very nice to get such a big reward suddenly. In just the past 8 days, he has taken another small step towards 50,000 chakra. Then Muyu glanced at Might Guy's newly triggered live mission, towards the strongest physical skills. Main goal, to become a top-level ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in terms of strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that even those who are not good at ninjutsu can become strong. Mission progress, 0. Mission reward, depends on the completion of the mission and the growth of strength during the mission, and a settlement is made every 10% progress. Note 1. The mission will automatically fail if Might Guy dies. Note 2. Live missions are extremely difficult. Once you are sure that you can only proceed to the next life mission after completing it, please choose carefully. Note 3. The greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Muyu took the mission directly, and Might Guy probably couldn't trigger other missions. He felt that Might Guy's mission was more difficult than Shisui's mission. There was no time limit for what constituted a top-level strongman. He felt that the top-level strongman in the system probably did not refer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Raikage, and Oinaki. Although these third-generation cages were strong, they were far inferior to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Bambi. Above them were Six Paths Brothers and Otsutsuki Kaguya, who were Six Paths level players. However, the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward. Muyu is looking forward to what rewards will be given when the life mission is concluded. This function can only be unlocked at the 4th level of trust, so the reward should be better than the training mission. All kinds of thoughts in his mind only lasted for a moment. Muyu used a body flash technique to go to Kakashi's side and use the palm magic to treat Kakashi. The palm magic is a very powerful medical ninjutsu that can treat both external and internal injuries. As the green light entered Kakashi's body, Kakashi immediately felt much better. At this time, Kakashi could no longer care about the fact that Muyu had mastered advanced medical ninjutsu. His mind was now full of Might Guy's kick that exceeded his limit. Kakashi thought that after this kick, he would at most fall into a great disadvantage, but he didn't expect that Might Guy's kick almost knocked him out. There were no fancy skills, and he defeated him with a kick with his powerful speed and powerful strength. This made Kakashi feel that his initial idea of fighting was a bit ridiculous. His father was indeed right. Might Guy had great potential and had now surpassed him. In actual combat, he defeated the genius ninja Hitake Kakashi. In the trance of flying backwards, Kakashi recalled the scene of him defeating Might Guy with one move. At that time, he also felt that Might Guy was a little overconfident, and challenged him, the number 1, as the last one in the ranking. Now it seems that he underestimated Might Guy. Being weak for a while does not mean being weak forever, and being strong for a while does not mean being strong forever. Okay. You really got stronger, Kakashi said with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He also said this a few months ago when he encountered Might Guy fighting with a Chunin, but at that time he recognized Might Guy's progress as a stronger person, and now he sighed at Might Guy's strength as a loser. Ha ha ha. Might Guy straightened his back and laughed when he heard Kakashi's words. He was not laughing at Kakashi's failure, but celebrating his own success. After losing countless times and working hard for countless days and nights, he finally defeated this genius ninja whom he considered to be his nemesis. Kakashi, you must practice hard. From today on, I will wait for you to catch up. Might Guy walked up to Kakashi and stretched out his hand, trying to pull Kakashi up. With Muyu's treatment, Kakashi got much better. He held Might Guy's hand and stood up. My dear friend, don't keep me waiting for long. Might Guy showed 2 rows of white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Although he had defeated Kakashi, Might Guy had enough confidence in Kakashi. He believed that Kakashi would catch up one day, and then Might Guy would prepare a stronger trick for the stronger Kakashi. Shisui and Obito, you two are ready to fight, Muyu said after finishing the treatment. Both disciples nodded and walked to the battleground to prepare to start the battle. Lin, you have been practicing for a long time, come and watch the battle and rest for a while, Muyu called Nohara Rin who was practicing over. After all, Obito's strength is much weaker, and calling Nohara Rin over is equivalent to adding a boost to Obito. Kakashi, are you okay? Nohara Rin, who came over, asked Kakashi with a concerned look on his face. Nothing. Kakashi shook his head and replied, Might Guy's kick was very powerful, but he also used chakra to resist it. In addition, with Muyu's palm magic treatment, there is basically no big problem. He just needs to rest for a while to recover. Noticing Nohara Rin coming, Obito immediately looked at Nohara Rin with his peripheral vision. When he saw Nohara Rin asking Kakashi about his well-being, he immediately scolded Kakashi in his heart. Damn Kakashi, he must not have practiced well in normal times. He was kicked by Kai and he was gone. After criticizing Kakashi in his heart, Obito no longer used his peripheral vision to observe other places, but focused all his attention on Shisui. Although he knew in his heart that there was a big gap between his heart power and Shisui, and there was a high probability that he would lose, but Nohara Rin was watching, and Obito didn't want to lose too badly, as long as both sides tried their best before losing. And Obito felt that it was not impossible for him to win. If he could awaken the Sharingan during the battle and then break through the breathing method, then Shisui would not be difficult to deal with. Shisui did not have as many messy thoughts as Obito. He only had one thought in his mind. Teacher Muyu was watching, and he had to show his strength to win beautifully. The battle begins, Muyu announced. Whoosh! Obito immediately changed his breathing rhythm and entered the state of fire breathing and rushed towards Shisui. He would definitely not fight against Might Guy with physical skills, but if it was Shisui, he could still give it a try. His fire breathing was stronger, and he had the advantage of height. Shisui had experienced a long period of combat training with Obito before, and he was familiar with Obito's combat habits. He instantly entered the state of fire breathing and fought against Obito in physical skills. Bang, bang. The two sides kept punching and kicking each other. Although Obito was stronger, Shisui was more flexible. In the first wave of physical skills, neither of them got any advantage from the other. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. Obito's physical skills were not weak. The main reason why he often couldn't beat Kakashi in physical skills was that Kakashi's combat experience was superior to Obito's, but the situation soon changed. After finding out Obito's current physical skills level, Shisui stopped probing and directly demonstrated his extremely fast instant body technique, suppressing Obito with his strong mobility. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It's so fast, I can't see it clearly. Obito looked around for Shisui's figure. Muyu's battle did not limit the scope. They had already fought outside the open space, and there were many trees here. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a large number of shurikens shot towards Obito. Obito locked the direction of the shuriken and directly entered the state of full concentration breathing. He dodged the shuriken with a few jumps and rushed to the tree canopy that shot the shuriken. Although full concentration breathing consumes physical strength, he felt that he would lose without waiting. However, Obito was more cautious this time. He did not rush in directly. Instead, he used the ability of flame breathing to create a large amount of flames after approaching. Puff. After the shadow clone Shisui was burned by the flame, he turned into smoke and dissipated. Obito immediately turned around and kicked a roundhouse kick. With a puff, Shisui, who appeared behind him, also turned into smoke and disappeared. Bang! The real Shisui appeared, rushed to Obito's side with a flash body technique, and hit Obito back several meters with a heavy punch. Obito's face darkened. He felt that the people who played the shadow clones were dirty, and the people who developed the shadow clone ninjutsu must be even more evil. Fire style, Phoenix Chlorette. In order to prevent Shisui from chasing him, Obito immediately took out 4 kunai and formed a seal with one hand to release the ninjutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Shisui did not continue to chase him, but used the fire style ninjutsu and spit out a huge fireball as high as 4 meters. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The kunai with flames collided with the fireball and there was an explosion. Normally, the power of the balsam chlorette is stronger than the great fireball jutsu, but Obito's version is a speed-reducing version, so it only slightly stopped the fireball's movement, and the smaller fireball soon continued to hit Obito. Obito thought about Nohara Rin, who was watching the battle, and decided not to dodge. He spent chakra to deal with the great fireball. He didn't want to get into Shisui's rhythm again. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Obito retreated while forming a seal and spitting out a large fireball to offset the incoming great fireball. Just when Obito was concentrating on thinking about how to defeat Shisui, he suddenly found that Nohara Rin actually appeared next to the 2 large fireballs and was about to be engulfed by the 2 fireballs. How could Zealand? Obito subconsciously wanted to tell Zealand to be careful, but he quickly realized that Shisui was a genjutsu, and Nohara Rin couldn't appear in the middle of their battle. Muyu was still watching. When Obito reacted, it was too late. In the moment when Obito was distracted, Shisui quietly came to Obito's side and pressed the kunai against Obito. Ah, the illusion is too tricky. Why is it Zealand? Obito scratched his hair, very unwilling. He felt that he could still struggle for a while. Shisui had a calm expression on his face and did not speak. Obito thought that he lost accidentally, but in Shisui's view, it was inevitable. He first used the tactics of instant body flickering to make Obito exhausted, and then used the shadow clone to consume Obito's chakra, making Obito more nervous due to the injury. In this state, Obito had almost no resistance to illusions, and he was already in a state of only possibility of losing. Bang! Muyu flashed to Obito's side and knocked on his head and said, "If you think illusions are cheating, you can also learn them. If you lose, you have to admit it." Hehe. Obito smiled and touched the place where he was knocked, then asked curiously, "Teacher Muyu, is there no way to deal with illusions?" Muyu thought for a while and replied, "Of course there is. The essence of illusions is to control the opponent's chakra to interfere with the five senses. By disrupting the chakra, the illusion can be removed. This can be mastered with more training. But as long as you Uchiha open the Sharingan, ordinary illusions will hardly pose a threat unless it is an illusion with stronger pupil power." Muyu told Obito a shortcut. The illusions of the ninja world are destined to not reach the peak without the Sharingan. The Sharingan's blessing on illusions is too great, which can be called a cheat. Non-I-type illusions can be removed by themselves, but I-type illusions can only be removed with the help of others. Sharingan. Obito showed a yearning look. He is a ninja from the Uchiha clan, so he has heard a lot about the legend of the Sharingan. He has always fantasized about opening his eyes suddenly and defeating Kakashi. However, Obito still doesn't understand how to open the Sharingan. Logically speaking, his strength should be stronger than when Shisui opened the Sharingan, but he still hasn't opened his eyes. Because Kakashi was knocked out by Might Guy's punch before, Muyu extended the rest time and waited until Kakashi recovered before starting the battle between Kakashi and Shisui. Chapter 193 The Fallen Genius. Shisui and Kakashi, how are you preparing? Muyu asked. I can fight at any time. Shisui answered quickly with a faint smile on his face. No problem, we can start fighting. Kakashi nodded calmly. With timely treatment and enough rest time, he has fully recovered at this moment. No problem then, Muyu said with a smile, and asked Shisui and Kakashi to walk to the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Looking at Kakashi's indifferent look, Muyu mourned for Kakashi for 0.1 second in her heart. Since Shisui had defeated Obito under Kakashi's observation, Kakashi had a general understanding of Shisui's strength and methods. But this is not a good thing for Kakashi, but it will make Kakashi misjudge Shisui's strength. Because Shisui had never liked to kill with one move, he will use as much strength as he can to defeat the opponent. If Shisui used the Sharingan, Obito would have been controlled by Shisui's illusion and lost his mind, but Shisui did not use it until the end. In addition, Shisui's age is very confusing. Kakashi would never have expected that Shisui, who is 2 years younger than them, is strong enough to hold back in the battle with Obito. Of course, even if Kakashi did not misjudge Shisui's strength, Kakashi would most likely not be able to beat Shisui. Under normal circumstances, Shisui and Kakashi have similar overall strength, but the situation is different when Shisui uses the Sharingan. According to the habit of Konoha's sparring, the two of them made a seal of opposition. If we are the same age, I am indeed not as good as him, Kakashi thought to himself as he looked at Shisui with a serious face. Although there is no way to go back 2 years to fight Shisui, Obito's strength has now surpassed that of his 6-year-old self, and Shisui defeated the current Obito. Indirectly, Shisui is indeed more talented than him as Obito said before. However, Kakashi is still confident in this battle. He feels that Obito's loss is not a problem of strength, but his combat level is too poor. Although he has practiced less in the past 2 years, he has done a lot of tasks, and his combat experience is very rich. The battle begins. When the two men took their positions, Muyu announced the start of the battle. Kakashi immediately drew out the white fang short blade from behind him and slashed at Shisui. Clang! Shisui used the breathing method to strengthen his physical ability and quickly took out the short blade given to him by Muyu, blocking the white fang short blade that Kakashi was swinging at. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and his hands moved very quickly, and the sharp blade kept slashing at Shisui's vital points. Kakashi's extremely fast swordsmanship made Shisui feel a lot of pressure, and there were several scratches on his clothes. Shisui knew that Kakashi's close combat swordsmanship was powerful, and immediately used the instant body technique to distance himself and then quickly formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of flames, which eventually formed a 3-meter-long fireball that flew towards Kakashi at a high speed. Facing the great fireball burning with fierce flames, Kakashi did not choose to resist it, but threw a smoke bomb and dodged. The moment Kakashi threw the smoke bomb, he immediately threw a large number of shurikens towards the edge of the smoke. Boom! Exclamation mark. The fireball sank into the smoke and hit the ground, causing an explosion. At the same time, the shurikens that pierced the air quickly also rushed into the edge of the smoke. There was no sound of metal collision. The smoke dissipated, and only some charred land and shurikens were seen on the ground, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Shisui showed a thoughtful expression, jumped up the tree, hid in the tree and used shadow clones, and then observed the movement in the north direction from the tree. Just now, he threw the shurikens towards the south. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. As expected, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind the big tree where he was observing, throwing a large number of shurikens. Shisui also threw shurikens to knock down the attacking shurikens, and at the same time, through the collision of shurikens, several shurikens stabbed at Kakashi at a very strange angle. Dang dang! Kakashi dodged some shurikens and knocked down others, but just when he successfully defused the shurikens, Shisui had already stabbed at him with a kunai in his hand. Senior Kakashi, the battle is over, Shisui said. The battle is indeed over, but I am the winner, said a Kakashi who rushed out from the tree next to him and pointed a kunai at Shisui's vital points. You should be more careful about the enemies who have disappeared, Kakashi reminded calmly. Senior Kakashi, what you said makes sense. Just when Kakashi thought he had won, Shisui walked out from behind the tree, and immediately came to Kakashi with the instant body technique and held Kakashi with a kunai and said, "It seems that I still won." Shisui smiled faintly. You are indeed very cautious. As a student, you are already very good, but you need to be more cautious. Kakashi, who was held by the kunai, said calmly. The next moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground where Shisui was standing, and pulled Shisui into the ground, leaving only his head on top. If you were more careful, you might have a chance of winning, but I won this time. Kakashi appeared next to Shisui and announced his victory. Obito, who was watching the game, was confused by the situation that kept turning around, and couldn't help but complain. Kakashi is really cunning. The two shadow clones are bait. Might Guy scratched his head, feeling that it would be better to kick with all his strength than to use so many fancy tricks. Just when Kakashi thought he had won, something strange happened. The shadow clone Shisui suddenly counterattacked and died together with the two Kakashi shadow clones. A shuriken on the ground suddenly turned into Shisui. Shisui quickly opened his Sharingan and said, Senior Kakashi, you are right. Ninjas should be cautious. Kakashi subconsciously looked at Shisui and saw Shisui's bloody eyes directly. Sharingan. Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect to see the Uchiha Sharingan, which is famous in the ninja world, on Shisui, a first-year ninja school student. The next moment, Kakashi suddenly found himself bound by a large tree that had suddenly grown out and could not move. Kakashi knew that the ninjutsu that could control the growth of plants was very famous in Konoha and the ninja world. It was the wood escape technique used by the ninja god Senju Hashirama. But as an Uchiha, Shisui naturally could not use wood escape technique. Kakashi quickly guessed that he was under an illusion. He wanted to remove it, but Shisui's series of attacks were too fast. Kakashi soon felt that the sharp short blade was close to his body. The illusion ended, and Kakashi saw Shisui who had appeared beside him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. Thank you, Senior Kakashi. Shisui smiled calmly. He expected to win against Kakashi. Although he always heard the teachers at the ninja school compare him with Kakashi and say that he was the second Kakashi, Shisui did not think he would lose to Kakashi because he was the first disciple of Muyu. When Kakashi first used the smoke bomb, Shisui directly opened his Sharingan to capture Kakashi's position. After that, the series of attacks were all deliberately set by Shisui. At the end of the first wave of confrontation, his victory was already destined. There is no such thing as giving in or not. You won by relying on your hard power, Kakashi said with a complicated expression. Before today, he had never lost to a peer, or even to a ninja who was several years older than him. Just today, he lost twice, once to Might Guy, who was the same age as him, and once to Uchiha Shisui, who was 2 years younger than him. Losing to Might Guy surprised Kakashi and felt it was reasonable. After all, Might Guy worked so hard and was recognized by his father. Kakashi was very convinced that he lost to Shisui in this battle. The comprehensive strength shown by Shisui did surpass him. Can I still be considered a genius? Kakashi asked himself in his heart. 2 years ago, Kakashi would not laugh when others called him a genius, but he felt that he agreed in his heart. He graduated early with the first place in the ninja school at the age of 5, and passed the Chunin exam at the age of 6 to become a Chunin. If he is not considered a genius, then what is considered a genius? But can he still be considered a genius now? It is already a new year. If it is not calculated by age, he can be considered 9 years old. How much has he improved compared to when he was 6 years old? And what kind of genius deeds has he done? No, his hard power has not improved much, but the accumulation of experience shows that he has been making progress. He has not done anything beyond ordinary people. He is just a younger Chunin. Maybe he could be called a genius in the past, but now he is no longer qualified to be called a genius. Kakashi thought about when he became like this. As he kept thinking, the picture in his mind gradually became clear. It was a very deep night, a bloody night. Since that night, Kakashi called me back and no one responded. Kakashi, are you feeling unwell? Muyu looked at Kakashi's pale face and asked softly. Muyu's voice pulled Kakashi out of his memories. After he came back to his senses, he saw Muyu's warm smile. Kakashi felt relieved, then shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Muyu put her hand on Kakashi's shoulder and smiled. If you are tired, you can rest more. Training is important, but the body is the capital of training. Kakashi nodded slightly, then returned to the viewing area to rest. Lin, you see, I said Kakashi can't win. Shisui can even beat me, so it's easy to deal with Kakashi. As soon as Kakashi arrived at the viewing area, he saw Obito slandering him. I really can't beat Shisui, but it's still easy to beat you? And Uchiha who has not opened his eyes, Kakashi said bluntly. After listening to Obito's words, Kakashi's motivation for training doubled. No matter what, at least he can't lose to Obito. Damn Kakashi, I will have the Sharingan sooner or later, Obito retorted when he heard Kakashi's voice. Kakashi replied with a laugh. Obito immediately realized that what he just said was an admission that he was no match for Kakashi without the Sharingan, and quickly changed his words. Even without the Sharingan, I can still defeat you. Then prove it to me. Defeat Kai, then you really have the strength to defeat me. Kakashi said lightly, and then it was Obito and Might Guy's battle. Obito was speechless for a moment. With the speed and strength that Might Guy showed in the morning, Obito was really a little guilty. Okay, you are all very powerful, Obito, you should prepare for the battle, Nohara-rin said with a gentle smile. Chapter 194, The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Okay, how did you suddenly become stronger? Before the battle, Obito humbly asked Might Guy for advice on how to become stronger. It's not that I suddenly became stronger, it's just that I can use the physical skills I'm learning in a preliminary way. Might Guy scratched his head and said, there are 8 gates in the 8 gates of the 8 gates, and he can only open the first gate now, so it can only be considered a preliminary use. Don't worry, Obito, my youth will not let you down, and I will definitely show you the momentum of fighting Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and said, Obito. He just thought that Might Guy's youth should not be too strong, so that he could win and then show off in front of Kakashi and Nohara-rin. Of course, Obito only had this idea when he was daydreaming, and he would not be happy if Might Guy really let him. But you must be careful of my fire escape, Obito reminded seriously. Feeling the gazes of Kakashi and Nohara Rin, Obito decided to fight with all his chakra this time, to fight for that glimmer of victory. He had already thought about it, to finish this battle in his own style. He couldn't imitate Kakashi and Shisui's fighting style, and Kakashi himself didn't beat Might Guy. Begin, Muyu shouted. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a big fireball with a jump back. Blazing flames continued to spew out of Obito's mouth, and finally formed a 3-meter high fireball that quickly hit Might Guy. Might Guy, who was originally attacking Obito, immediately turned to the side to dodge the great fireball. Swish! Exclamation mark. After Obito released the ninjutsu, he immediately threw a large number of shurikens towards Might Guy, who was dodging. Dang dang! Exclamation mark. Might Guy waved his kunai to block the incoming shurikens, but he was caught off guard and was still cut through his tights by several shurikens, leaving blood marks. Breathing of fire, breathing with full concentration. Obito changed his breathing rhythm, absorbing a large amount of oxygen, strengthening his physical ability, and increasing the speed of his own fire attribute chakra nature change. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Then Obito quickly released another fire style towards Might Guy. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. 8 gates. Open the first gate. Open. Seeing that Obito seemed to want to defeat him with a fast-paced attack, Might Guy no longer held back and instantly used all his means. With the help of breathing techniques and the 8 gates, his physical ability increased rapidly, and his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. The flying speed of the fire dragon was faster than the great dragon fireball, and it soon rushed in front of Might Guy. Might Guy knew that the great dragon fire was more flexible and could control the direction to a certain extent, so he directly used the shaving to retreat to the back and hid behind a tree not far away. Boom! Exclamation mark. The high-speed fire dragon burned the tree, and it broke and fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Damn, it's too fast. Seeing that his fast-paced attack did not work, Obito knew in his heart that victory was getting farther and farther away from him. He didn't use much chakra in the great fireball, but used the bluffing technique of Muyu. It looked fierce, but it was not very powerful. However, the great dragon fire technique used a lot of chakra. The full concentration breathing of rock breathing was strong, and with the burst of the 8 gates, Obito had almost no ability to fight with Might Guy in close combat. Obito tried to fight with Might Guy in physical skills, but was beaten and lost his direction in an instant. He barely avoided being eliminated by Might Guy by using all his strength to activate the flame. I can't see clearly at all. Obito thought about the countermeasures in his mind. It would be better if there were no obstructions. There were trees tens of meters high everywhere, which greatly affected Obito's ninjutsu hit rate. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. There was the ground scorched by Obito's fire escape, and there were also trees broken by Might Guy. Obito's chakra was getting less and less, and his body was getting more and more tired. He felt that he was going to lose. Although he always belittled Kakashi, Obito recognized Kakashi's strength. He was the genius ninja Hitake Kakashi. When they were in the ninja school, they were friends who often visited each other. Kakashi was the long-term #1 genius, while he was what everyone called the last of the Uchiha clan. Obito's overall performance was actually better than Might Guy's, but his last name was Uchiha. In the public's perception, all the ninjas from the Uchiha clan, the first family in Konoha, were excellent. So Obito, who was mediocre in actual combat and ranked last in theory, became the last of the Uchiha clan in everyone's mouth. Obito was a very optimistic person, but he couldn't ignore what everyone said. He envied and even yearned for Kakashi, who was praised by the teacher and admired by his classmates. Even the Kakashi he yearned for lost, so it was natural for him to lose, right? No. Obito's eyes suddenly became firm, denying the wavering voice in his heart. What yearning? He didn't want to be someone like Kakashi who didn't dare to show his face all day long. What he wanted to do was to surpass Kakashi. Obito's breathing gradually became more concentrated, and his eyes were full of desire for victory. Ultimate Konoha grunt. Might Guy concentrated all his strength, poured all his strength into his legs, and kicked out a limit kick, launching the final attack. The strong wind driven by Might Guy's powerful force drove some gravel and rotten leaves on the ground towards Obito, but with the protection of goggles, Obito didn't need to squint. Obito's eyes were more serious than ever. He absorbed a lot of external power and released all the remaining chakra in his body. Breathing of fire, breathing with all my concentration. This is my last strength. Obito concentrated all his strength on his fist. He didn't consider whether he could control the flames and not hurt himself later. He just wanted to use this last strength to fight for the invisible light of victory. Boom! Exclamation mark! Might Guy's limit kick collided with Obito's fist, burning with a lot of flames. The air explosion caused by the huge collision of power blew up the dust around. Kakashi looked at Obito in disbelief. He had been kicked by Might Guy before, and knew how powerful that kick was. How could Obito withstand it? Bang! In the end, Might Guy was better and kicked Obito backwards. Might Guy's leg was also injured and he almost fell down, but he still stood up with his willpower. Ahem, it hurts. Obito coughed, feeling the pain in his body, and couldn't help but take a breath. So it was so painful when Kakashi was kicked. Obito was guessing Kakashi's psychological activities at the time, while controlling his expression. Kakashi didn't cry out in pain, so he couldn't. Obito wanted to stand up with his hands, but found that the hand that punched, that is, the right hand, had no strength. He used his left hand to support the ground and wanted to stand up. He tried 3 times repeatedly, but failed in the end. I still lost. Obito gave up getting up, turned over and lay directly on the ground looking at the sky. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He had tried his best and exerted all his strength, but still lost. Thinking about it, Obito suddenly laughed. He remembered how embarrassed Kakashi was when he was kicked away by Might Guy. He was kicked away with an unbelievable look on his face. He lost more beautifully than Kakashi. Kakashi was kicked away directly, but he at least held out with Guy for a while. After laughing, he thought of his own record. So far, among the other 4 disciples of Muyu, Obito has not fought Nohara Rin. He has not won any battles with Shisui and Kakashi. In general, he has won less and lost more in battles with Might Guy. Obito suddenly remembered a sentence from Muyu, that failure always runs through life. This is a sentence from Muyu. Obito feels that this sentence makes sense, but he really wants to win. What a youthful and exciting battle. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and laughed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Obito's final counterattack was beyond Might Guy's expectation. If it weren't for the blessing of the 8 gates, he might have lost. You all performed very well. Take treatment and have a good rest. Muyu quickly appeared on the field and took Might Guy and Obito to a cool place to rest and receive treatment. Nohara Rin also came forward to help. Zealand, my last punch was not strong. Kakashi was kicked away with 1 kick. I almost won. Feeling Nohara Rin's treatment, Obito's eyebrows became full of smiles, and he couldn't help but say. Kakashi, who happened to be walking over, suddenly had rows of neat black lines on his forehead. He admitted that Obito's last burst of punches made him look at him with a new look, but it was just a boast to almost win. I feel like my breathing method has improved a little bit. Kakashi, wait and see. I will defeat you after I get familiar with the improved breathing method. Seeing Kakashi coming, Obito said confidently. While receiving treatment, Obito kept replaying his battle with Might Guy in his mind. He could feel that he had improved in the last moment, otherwise he would not have been able to hurt Might Guy. Kakashi knew that what Obito said was true. After practicing the lightning breathing these days, he also had a preliminary understanding of the breathing method. You can try it. Kakashi replied calmly, as if he did not take Obito's challenge seriously. Although he was determined to practice and learn the breathing method recently, Kakashi would not let Obito have the opportunity to be proud. Seeing that Obito still had the energy to compete with Kakashi, Nohara Rin breathed a sigh of relief. That should not be a big problem. Muyu also nodded secretly in her heart. A battle from time to time is indeed conducive to stimulating the growth of the disciple's strength. Obito is indeed the fastest to learn the flame breathing. This time he has made progress in the battle and increased his proficiency. And Might Guy is also pretty good. He is more comfortable with the simultaneous use of the breathing method and the 8 gates. Kakashi failed twice in a row and witnessed Obito's breakthrough in the battle. He will definitely be very active in the next training. As for Shisui, Shisui is mainly responsible for putting pressure on this battle. Currently, no one among Muyu's disciples can put pressure on Shisui, including the current Might Guy. Shisui's Sharingan can not only capture Might Guy's movements, but also has almost no shortcomings. He is very good at ninjutsu and Teigen. Even if Might Guy uses rock breathing and the first gate at the same time, he can't beat Shisui. However, Muyu believes that this situation will be broken soon. The first 3 gates of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu are the safe areas of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu. As long as you learn the first gate, you can quickly open the 3rd gate. Facing Might Guy with rock breathing and the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, Shisui is not easy to deal with. Sometimes you can't react just by seeing the action. Muyu is looking forward to Might Guy adding a failure to Shisui, who has an undefeated record. Maintaining a fixed ranking is not conducive to the growth of the disciples' strength. They have to put pressure on each other. Obito's injury was serious, so he didn't practice. Might Guy started to exercise after treatment, while Kakashi quickly started to practice thunder breathing after a friendly exchange with Obito. When it was time to disband, Kakashi went home and quickly had dinner and continued to practice. In order not to be defeated by Obito, he must use the breathing method in battle as soon as possible to enhance his strength. After saying goodbye to his disciples, Muyu also returned to his home in the main city. However, this evening, a guest he didn't expect came. "Muyu, let me introduce you. This is my teacher Jiraiya," Minato said with a smile to Muyu, introducing the white-haired ninja standing next to him. "Is it Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas?" Muyu's face was a little surprised, but soon he showed a gentle smile and greeted Jiraiya. "Ha ha ha, I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas in the legend, a handsome man who can even make crying children shut up." Jiraiya laughed proudly and reintroduced himself. Then Jiraiya carefully looked at Muyu for a few times, then looked at Minato, touched his chin and asked, "Are you relatives?" "Teacher Jiraiya, didn't I introduce Muyu to you in the letter?" Minato scratched his head and said, "Did he remember it wrong?" "Haha, just kidding, I think you two do look a bit alike," Jiraiya replied with a smile. If he didn't know anything, he might really think so when he saw the 2 of them. But Minato had already introduced Muyu to him in the letter. He just wanted to tease his somewhat innocent student. "It's time to eat, let's eat together. You sit down and have a cup of tea first, I'll go prepare dinner," Muyu invited. At present, she is still in the growth stage, so of course the more friends the better. "Teacher, take a rest, I'll help Muyu," Minato and Jiraiya said, and after Jiraiya nodded, they walked into the kitchen skillfully. It's indescribable that the world's most delicious food is so delicious that it feels like being under a magic. It's really exaggerated that eating vegetables can create a magic. Jiraiya, who was sitting alone in the living room, thought of Minato and the Muyu cuisine he described. He had just arrived in Konoha today, and he went straight to Minato's house as soon as he came back. A big reason for this was because Minato had written to him many times, praising Muyu's cuisine as the best in the world. But Jiraiya didn't have too high expectations. He was a person who traveled around the ninja world all day long. He had eaten all kinds of delicious food. No matter how delicious the food was, how good could it be? 4K Chapter, a small request for monthly tickets, a burst of updates tomorrow, and work hard to get 10,000 a day. Chapter 195, Really Fragrance. As time passed, Jiraiya gradually smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. It seems to be fried fish. Jiraiya smelled the fragrance and guessed what Muyu had cooked. The fragrance is very good, but I don't know how it tastes. Jiraiya touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. Fortunately, Muyu and Minato didn't let him wait too long. Just when Jiraiya was thinking about what to write in the novel, Muyu and Minato brought all the dishes. Jiraiya was instantly attracted by the squirrel fish with a strange shape and very appetizing color. Although he encountered many special delicacies when traveling around the ninja world, It was the first time he saw fish cook like this. What is the name of this dish? It took a lot of effort to shape it. Jiraiya looked at the squirrel fish and asked curiously. The name of this dish is squirrel fish, and the shape is indeed the feature of this dish, Miyu introduced with a smile. Teacher Jiraiya, don't underestimate it. It's actually quite difficult to make. Kushina and I have been learning for a while, but we can't make it like Miyu. The taste is totally different. Minato talked about the difficulties he and Kushina had in learning squirrel mandarin fish. When he mentioned that Kushina handed him the step of cutting the flower knife halfway through, Minato smiled helplessly. Haha, it sounds like something Kushina would do. Jiraiya smiled and said, let's eat the dishes first. These dishes should be eaten while hot, Miyu reminded him. Some dishes taste completely different when they are hot and when they are cold. Jiraiya didn't hesitate to pick up some fish meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. When he picked it up, Jiraiya felt a little sorry for ruining such a beautiful dish, but soon Jiraiya's regret disappeared. He bit through the crispy shell and found the extremely tender fish meat inside. The sweet and sour soup on the fish meat made Jiraiya's appetite open. He even felt hungrier after eating a bite of the fish meat. After eating the fish, Jiraiya felt as if he had turned into a dragon and rushed into the vast ocean, swimming freely without having to search the world for the prophetic child who could change the world. When he came to his senses, Jiraiya realized that what Minato said in the letter was not an exaggeration at all. It was really delicious, as if it was an illusion. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya experienced the feeling of extreme relaxation for the first time in a long time. The time control of this fried fish is really too strong, and the sour and sweet ratio of the soup is also perfect. Whether it is more sour or sweet, it can't achieve this effect, Jiraiya commented for a while, and then when he looked at the squirrel mandarin fish, he suddenly found that half of the fish meat was gone. Minato just kept eating without saying a word. Minato, when did you eat so fast? Jiraiya couldn't sit still now. He had just said a few words and Minato ate so much. So Jiraiya stopped talking and ate quickly. Not only the squirrel mandarin fish with a unique shape, but also the seemingly ordinary pork with preserved vegetables and stir-fried pork with peppers made Jiraiya unable to help but eat bowl after bowl of rice. Miyu, your stir-fried pork with peppers tastes good. But why don't you put more meat? Jiraiya looked around among the large amount of peppers with sharp eyes, and finally picked up a piece of meat and asked in confusion, if there is more meat than peppers, it will not taste this way. Miyu explained, the stir-fried pork with peppers he made is not so much peppers but no meat, but because the peppers were not eaten, it seems that there are a lot of peppers in the end. That makes sense. Cooking is similar to ninja training. If the proportion is destroyed, it will fail. Jiraiya touched his chin and agreed. To synthesize the sage chakra, it is necessary to coordinate the proportion of chakra natural energy. Then this dish is suitable for a larger portion. Jiraiya gave a suggestion. Since adding more meat will destroy the taste, adding more peppers and meat will not destroy the proportion. I, Jiraiya, would like to call you the best chef in the ninja world. After traveling all over the world for so many years, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Jiraiya praised. This was the first time he couldn't help but want to clean his chopsticks while eating. Although Minato's description of Miyu's cooking was outrageous, after eating, Jiraiya found that Minato's description was realistic without any exaggeration. I don't dare to claim to be the best in the ninja world. I just put more thought into cooking, Miyu said modestly. Haha, your extra thought is incredible. Jiraiya smiled and looked at Miyu very favorably. At this time, Minato suddenly coughed twice, and said with an apologetic look on his face, Miyu, I have something to apologize to you for. Miyu guessed something in her heart, but asked with a puzzled expression on her face, what is it? Did you pick up the dishes too quickly when eating? That's not necessary. Hearing Miyu's words, Minato felt even more embarrassed and explained, I really didn't speed up on purpose. It's just that your food is so delicious, so I ate it very quickly subconsciously. Miyu knew that Minato might really be like this. After all, Minato's reaction is superhuman. Then Minato apologized with a serious look. I'm sorry, Miyu. I lied to you when I said I didn't have time to eat. In fact, I wasn't particularly busy during that time. I just wanted to bring food to Kushina, so I found an excuse that I was very busy. So that's it, I knew it a long time ago. How can someone be so busy and come here every day to eat for free? Miyu said with a smile. Sometimes you can pretend to be stupid, but you can't let others think you are really stupid. Kushina is undergoing secret training, so she can't come, but she really wants to eat your cooking, Miyu. So, Minato and Miyu briefly explained, hiding a series of secret information such as Kushina's identity and monitoring the Anbu. It was no longer possible to hide it, because Minato would go to the battlefield with Jiraiya in a while, and he couldn't leave a shadow clone to bring food to Kushina at that time. Sorry for bothering you, Miyu, Minato said apologetically. It's okay, just make one more meal, which is nothing compared to your help in my sealing technique. Miyu smiled and nodded, indicating that if she was in Konoha, Kushina would not be hungry. After eating, the three sat together and chatted for a while. At first, Jiraiya asked Miyu about cooking, and then talked about sealing techniques. I have an idea to set a seal in the body, store some chakra in it, and when the battle chakra is not enough, release the chakra and the seal to quickly replenish the chakra. Miyu said her idea. Jiraiya and Minato both have high levels of sealing skills, and they know more local knowledge than him as a time traveler. Miyu wants to take this opportunity to find inspiration. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Anyway, to put it bluntly, it's just an idea and a brain hole, and it's hard to see his true level of sealing skills. The idea is very good, but it's basically impossible to realize it. Jiraiya thought for a while and replied, your idea comes from the tailed beast of the Jinchuriki, right? Jiraiya asked. Miyu nodded. In fact, his inspiration came from Tsunade's yin seal. The reason why the Jinchuriki can use the chakra of the tailed beasts is because the tailed beasts have very unique properties. Sealing them into the human body can achieve the effect of integration. No matter how much chakra the tailed beasts have, it will not affect the chakra meridians and acupoints. But your idea is different. If you want to store your own chakra, you must set up sealing techniques on the chakra meridians and acupoints, not to mention the difficulty of setting up sealing techniques on the chakra meridians and acupoints. A large amount of chakra is suddenly released at a certain meridian acupoint, and the large amount of chakra that gushes out will affect the chakra of your entire body and cause chaos, making you unable to release ninjutsu. How can you use it in battle? Jiraiya explained. And we have to consider the damage to the body caused by the sudden burst of chakra. Jiraiya's words made Miyu suddenly understand a lot. He had previously thought that Tsunade's yin seal was to maintain her appearance, so the 100 healings technique released by the yin seal became an automatic medical ninjutsu mode that could not be turned off once it was turned on. According to Jiraiya, it was not that Tsunade wanted to treat automatically, but that she had to do so. Otherwise, the sudden surge of chakra would become a negative state that hindered herself, just like the chakra that opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Jiraiya's words did help Miyu a lot. Before, he only thought about building a power bank in his body, but ignored other things. However, Miyu did not give up the power bank plan directly. Jiraiya thought it was impossible, but he might not be unable to do it, because he was a cheat. He has transparent world and absolute control over his body. He can complete any delicate operation inside, and he also has an excellent talent for sealing. Miyu only studied the sealing technique for half a year and mastered the 5 elements seal and contract seal. He was already proficient in the evil seal that the 3rd generation taught him not long ago, and he had already mastered the fire seal. Maybe I can make an automatic rock-breathing pattern seal first. Miyu thought to himself. He could not innovate first and imitate Tsunade to make a fully automated sealing ninjutsu. The reason why it is called rock-breathing is that the rock-breathing pattern has an extreme strengthening effect on the body. Even the internal part of the body can be strengthened to prevent the body from being hurt by the sudden emergence of chakra. Thank you for your reminder, Jiraiya. I took it for granted. Miyu thanked. It's okay. The most important thing for young people is to think more. If you don't dare to think, you are not a young person. Haha. Jiraiya patted Miyu on the shoulder and laughed. Miyu, You make me feel ashamed. I haven't thought about this kind of thing. I just tried to improve the effect of some sealing techniques," Minato said with a smile. If the person who said this was not Minato, Miyu felt that the person must be in Versailles. Those who can improve the sealing technique are those who truly understand the sealing technique. But for Minato, Miyu felt that Minato might really think that his idea is good. When the time was almost up, Minato and Jiraiya left. Miyu gave an appraisal when Jiraiya left. There are 7k more to come. Chapter 196 Jiraiya's panel. Name, Jiraiya, Chakra, 160,000, Potential, S+, Basic Potential plus Sage Mode, Skills, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 6,215,000, Sage Mode, Entry Level, 499,500. Jiraiya's panel is also very scary. Apart from Kushina with a question mark, who doesn't know the specific situation, only Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly suppresses Jiraiya in Chakra. Apart from Chakra, Jiraiya also has a high level of proficiency in Fire Chakra Nature Change. In addition, there are many mastery level skills. Miyu glanced at it casually and found that all kinds of ninjutsu are quite complete, and he has mastered many functional ninjutsu. Miyu didn't expect that Sage Mode can also increase potential value. This is the first time he has seen a skill that can increase potential value. When he thinks about the performance of Sage Mode in the later stage, he thinks it is normal. The upper limit of Sage Mode is too high. Not to mention the strength of Naruto and Hashirama's Sage Mode. The three great sages who don't know their depth can show that Sage Mode is not simple. Miyu compared Jiraiya's panel with Sarutobi Hiruzen's, and felt that it was hard to say who would win between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya under full force. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a combination ninjutsu that is close to perfect level and more mastery level nature changes. He has mastered many mastery level ninjutsu, and his ninjutsu has almost no shortcomings. Jiraiya is not as versatile as Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his Sage Mode that is close to mastery level can offset a lot of Sarutobi Hiruzen's advantages. And Jiraiya can also summon the sages of Myabaku Mountain to help. It is hard to say who will win between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya now, but Miyu is sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not be able to beat Jiraiya in 10 years. Jiraiya is a type of accumulation and burst. In the later period, Jiraiya's performance can be called the limit of ordinary people. Of course, the exception of the 8 gates of ninjutsu should be excluded. After all, the Sage Mode can be opened again and again, and if the Death Gate is not opened, he will die. Miyu really hopes that his disciple will grow up quickly, and he gives him a lot of chakra. Miyu also took a look at Minato's panel, which was thousands more than when he first met Minato. Name, Namikaze Minato, Chakra, 47,600. This is the value of the high-speed growth period. Miyu believes that Minato will grow even faster after joining the war. The current Minato is still a long way from the yellow flash that ends the war. After secretly noting Jiraiya's panel, Miyu continued to study his own sealing technique. Maybe they were stimulated by each other. Since that fight, Miyu's disciples have become more diligent. Even after Miyu disbanded, they still stayed in the South Forest to practice. Obito is consolidating his improved breathing method, preparing to solve Kakashi, the biggest worry. After the end, Kakashi is practicing breathing method with high intensity, wanting to master the breathing method of thunder as soon as possible, so as not to lose to Obito. If he loses to Might Guy, he will lose to Shisui. If he loses to Obito, he will have no one to lose. Might Guy used all the time he could to exercise, and headed for the second and third gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia according to Miyu's plan. Shisui was working hard to learn the armament haki to consolidate his position as the invincible disciple. Nohara Rin was also working hard to practice physical skills and medical ninjutsu, and she also wanted to participate in the training battles between Miyu's disciples. Miyu was very satisfied with the state of the disciples, so she gave up the competition training she had originally prepared, and prepared to bring them the blessing of cultivation. After the students' efforts, after Miyu made it clear that he wanted to imitate Tsunade's yin seal, his progress was faster, but Miyu soon encountered a new problem, that is, His knowledge of medical ninjutsu was a little insufficient. This time, he was going to use the seal on his own body, so some knowledge of medical ninjutsu was essential. Muyu's knowledge of medical ninjutsu came from the medical ninjutsu that was swiped out in class, just like the system would give a little nature change when swiping out unmastered attribute ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu comes with medical knowledge. However, Muyu's medical ninjutsu were all at a relatively low level, all at the entry level. Muyu thought about it and used a ninjutsu proficiency scroll on the palm technique. He had saved 4 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls, so it was not a big problem to use them up, and the palm technique was very practical. After the palm technique was upgraded to the proficient level, Muyu had a lot more medical knowledge in his mind, and Muyu once again invested in the development of the sealing technique. Then he found that he had little knowledge of medical ninjutsu before, so there were many places that he had not seen. He lacked more than he thought, and using the remaining 3 scrolls together might not make up for it. After all, this was a proficiency scroll, not a mastery scroll, and it was just upgraded to the proficient level. Muyu thought about it and realized that it was unlikely for him to practice by himself. At present, he only found that he had a talent for sealing techniques, and the rest were mediocre. Do you want to find Tsunade? Muyu thought in his heart. At this time, Tsunade was still in Konoha, and if he was lucky, he might meet her in the casino. But he didn't need to try his luck, because Jiraiya had come to eat for several days in a row. As long as Muyu's excuse was good enough, it would not be a problem for him to follow Jiraiya to see Tsunade once. But if he wants to ask Tsunade for help, his medical ninjutsu and sealing skills will definitely be exposed. After all, if you ask Tsunade for help, how can she help you if you don't make it clear? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Muyu thought about it and decided to ask Tsunade, but not now, but after a while. Wait until he can improve his apparent strength and improve Jiraiya's favorability. Now, he is a special jonin who teaches. Although he is a former member of the Root, his performance is still a bit beyond the level. Learn more about sealing skills and improve the level of sealing skills. Muyu decided on the next action. After a week of combat training, Kakashi mastered the yin-style transformation. Because he spent more energy on the Breath of Thunder, Kakashi spent more than 10 days to get started with the yin-style transformation. So Muyu began to formally teach Kakashi the armed color domineering. You taught your disciples armament haki. Since your disciples are very grateful, you reward them with a critical hit and obtain the ninjutsu Earth Style, Earth Rising Spear, proficient level. With Muyu's efforts, Kakashi succeeded in another small explosion and exploded a good attacking Earth Style. We won't practice today. Let's go take on missions, Muyu said when they gathered in the early morning. Last time there was an accident, he didn't know how much chakra a normal sea-level mission would use. If the reward was enough, he wanted to take his disciples to brush up on some chakra. Sea-level missions usually require leaving the village, and he can also take his disciples to practice outside the village, which doesn't delay practice as much as D-level missions. Teacher Muyu, what level of mission are you taking? Obito asked. Sea level. Great. Obito couldn't help but cheer. According to the information passed by Minato, the third battle with Tsunade was in Konoha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Bird Spiritual Beast. I don't know what kind of enemy I will encounter this time. It would be great if it's a Chunin. It would be a good opportunity for me to show my strength. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito fell into fantasy. Obito had a good idea in his mind. He would definitely not be able to beat a Jonin, but he could still give it a try if it was a Chunin. After all, Kakashi was also a Chunin. What are you thinking about? The last mission was an accident among accidents. You won't encounter ninjas in sea-level missions, Kakashi said speechlessly. He has done so many sea-level missions, and the only time he encountered ninjas in a sea-level mission was the last mission. I encountered them last time, Why can't I encounter them this time? Obito immediately retorted. He really wanted the same accident to happen again. The total bounty of the last mission was 800,000. In addition to the part of the tax, Obito also successfully received a reward of more than 100,000 taels. This made Obito very excited. It was the first time he saw so much money. The graduation assessment of the ninja school should add theoretical conditions to prevent some people without common sense from becoming ninjas after graduation, Kakashi said lightly. Isn't it just that his theory is a little better? What's so great about it? Ninjas look at strength. So what if you are good at theory? Akai's theory is about the same as mine, but he still kicks you so hard that you can't get up. Hearing Kakashi's ridicule, Obito instantly launched a crazy counterattack like a cat with its fur blown up. If Kakashi said that Obito's strength was not good, Obito would not be so angry, and it was not certain who would win in a fight. But Kakashi said that Obito was bad at theory, because his theory was indeed bad. Kakashi's face was a little dark, but he knew that it was not the time to entangle that. He seized Obito's theoretical pain point and hit only one point. Miyu did not stop the two of them, and let Obito pull Kakashi's mood. They walked to the Hokage building in a noisy manner. Since there were other teams taking tasks here, Obito and Kakashi temporarily stopped fighting. Obito did not want to embarrass Miyu, and Kakashi thought it was stupid. I want to take a sea-level task, Miyu said to the registered ninja. The registered ninja quickly took out a scroll and spread it out for Miyu to see. Miyu noticed that there were war missions on the mission scroll. Unless it was a particularly critical situation, Konoha would not force a large number of ninjas to go to the battlefield to perform missions. Some less important missions would be posted in the village and accepted by the team freely. Of course, some important war missions must be assigned by the top leaders to complete. However, when war missions were mixed into the missions accepted at ordinary times, Miyu knew that the war had gradually entered the next stage. In fact, Miyu knew it when Jiraiya came to visit him at home. Jiraiya rarely returned to Konoha when he traveled around the ninja world, but now he is back. However, Miyu judged based on the original plot that it was far from the most intense time. It would take a long time before he was surrounded and beaten by the four major ninja villages. After all, Obito has not graduated yet, and Kakashi is still more than 3 years away from being promoted to Jonin. According to the original time, it should be the day when Obito's third semester starts. Miyu Jonin, although you are allowed to accept sea-level missions, after all, there are 2 interns in your class, and they are not allowed to accept war missions according to the requirements, the registered ninja said. There are also war missions among the D-level missions. In order to prevent teachers with abnormal brains from taking students to the battlefield and causing accidents, Sarutobi Hiruzen prohibits the classes of interns from accepting war missions. Well, I know. Miyu nodded. He was not prepared to accept war missions. It would be difficult to deal with him if he encountered Ginchuriki or Tsuchikage Raikage. He just wanted to compete with those candidates who had not grown up yet, and forget about the current cage. The third-generation Hokage, the third-generation Tsuchikage, and the third-generation Raikage. None of them is simple. Needless to say, the third-generation Hokage has seen the panel. The third-generation Raikage is ridiculously strong. He can resist the spiral shuriken. The third-generation Tsuchikage's dust is also very powerful and can fly. Hey, what mission are you not allowed to accept? Obito, who was a little rebellious, heard that there were still missions that he was not allowed to accept, and immediately looked out to check. Bang! Miyu hit Obito on the head without even looking at it. Did you, Teacher Miyu, develop a ninjutsu to hit me? So accurate. Looking at Miyu, who was still looking at the mission scroll but hit him on the forehead accurately, Obito was shocked. Because I have good eyesight, Miyu replied with a smile and continued to look at the task scroll. Excluding the war tasks, the sea-level tasks are the same old ones, either driving away wild beasts or bandits, or escorting the client or escorting information. It's not that the client doesn't want to assign other tasks, but if it's higher, it will cost more money to become a B-level task, which is not within the scope of what Miyu's class can accept now. Miyu looked at the tasks carefully. He looked at the location of the task more than the content of the task. The grass country was directly excluded by Miyu. and Konoha and Iwagakure might have a big war there. Finally, Miyu looked around and chose a task in the river country, driving away wild beasts. The task description is that a black giant eagle often goes to the location of the task, Kawakata Town, to harass residents, and eats the residents' domestic poultry like a buffet. Chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs have not escaped the clutches of the black eagle. Miyu estimated that this black giant eagle is more or less a ninja beast. It can catch and eat all the domestic pigs. This strength is extraordinary. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 +_. Miyu looked at the time of the task release again. It was a new task that was released last night. Let's take this task. Miyu pointed to the task of driving away the beasts in the river country and said, if there is no accident, it can be regarded as earning extra money. If there is no accident, it can also test the reward of the normal sea-level task. If it goes well, you can even get a bird summoning beast. There are not many people in the ninja world who can fly. If you have a bird summoning beast, it will be more convenient when you can't beat it. Let me see. Let me see. When Miyu walked out of the task hall, Obito poked his head to check the task. Hey, it's not the country last time. Obito's voice seemed a little disappointed. Why, do you like the land of fields? Miyu asked after putting away the task list. Hehe, not really. I just feel that the possibility of encountering enemies there is greater. Obito replied with a smile. Miyu didn't know how to evaluate it in her heart. This is the small monster that the cloud-hidden ninja used to swipe, but this time Obito was right. It is more likely to encounter enemies in the land of fields. Losing an elite team would be fine if it was a frontal battle, where the Raikage might be sacrificed, not to mention the Jonin, but with this unexpected situation where an elite team was lost, Kumagakure would definitely send someone to investigate. If it weren't for the giant eagle from the river country, Miyu would probably specifically ask if there was a mission from the field country. After all, it's impossible for the third Raikage to come and investigate in person. There will be more later, but it will be a bit late. Chapter 198 Mission Secrets. Excuse me, who are you, Mr. Hamijiro? We are the ninjas who have accepted the mission, Miyu asked, looking at the three people who looked a little strange in front of him. Why did Miyu say it was a little strange? There was a timid and thin man between two sturdy men. He didn't look like a guard at all, but rather a hostage. However, Miyu felt that it should not be a hijacking. If someone really dared to hold the client hostage in Konoha, Miyu would like to call him a warrior. This is not the way to seek death. I am Hamijiro. The thin man in the middle stood up silently and said, I have a question here. Does the black giant eagle in the mission description show any special abilities, such as breathing fire or spitting out lightning? Miyu asked. If there are special abilities, it can be basically confirmed that it is a ninja beast, and it is the kind with combat ability. Dai is just strong, and he can't breathe fire or spit out electricity. Hamijiro shook his head and said, Dai. Miyu thought that the residents would give such a nickname. Shouldn't it be a terrifying name like the strange eagle Black Death God? I have no problem here, and I can set off at any time, Miyu said. Then let's go now. We can't let this monster do evil anymore, said a big man next to Hamijiro. Miyu looked at Hamijiro, and the strong man also looked at Hamijiro, and Hamijiro finally nodded. Since the client has spoken, Miyu and others rushed towards Kawakata Town in Kawakuni, a town in the north of Kawakuni. Miyu Kawakata Town feels that the name may be like this, because Kawakata Town is really in the north of Kawakuni. To the west of Kawakuni is the Wind Country, which is mainly desert and desert grassland. To the east is the Fire Country, which is mainly forest grassland. The north is close to the Rain Country, and the south is close to the sea. Therefore, the southeast of Kawakuni is more developed, and other areas are relatively backward. Kawakata Town, where Miyu went, is also a relatively backward place in Kawakuni. Although the environment in the north is better than that in the west, the north is close to the chaotic place of Rain Country, and there is no ninja village in the country. The environment in the north is relatively chaotic and difficult to develop. Hamijiro, you kid, go faster. If you go back later, everyone will suffer. The strong man on the road kept urging Hamajiro to move forward. Hamajiro had no choice but to speed up silently. When they arrived at an uninhabited dense forest, Muyu led Obito to explore the way ahead, while Might Guy and Kakashi followed behind to prevent sneak attacks. Teacher Muyu, why do I feel that this mission is a bit strange? Why is the client so timid? Obito said while chopping the thorns on the road with a kunai. There should be some problems. We will communicate with the client in the evening. Muyu nodded and said, the problem that Obito could find shows how obvious it is. On the first day of departure, Muyu and others did not encounter any obstacles. Muyu knew from the last mission that the current security in the Land of Fire is not bad. When it was almost time to rest at night, Muyu directly used illusion to knock down the two strong men. Hamajiro saw the two strong men fall straight down in an instant, and looked at Muyu and others in panic. Mr. Hamajiro, don't worry, we in Konoha will never let the client suffer any harm, Muyu said with a smile. After our observation, these two people don't seem to be your guards. What is the relationship between you? They were sent by the mayor to protect me when I went to Konoha to issue a mission. Hamajiro said honestly, he had never seen a ninja fight, and the two strong men fell silently, which really scared him. Since they are protecting you, why are they so rude to you? Muyu asked with some confusion. Hamajiro glanced at the strong men who fell to the ground, and after making sure that both of them had lost consciousness, he spoke. In fact, Dai didn't harass the residents of the town at all, he only caught the poultry of the mayor's house. Muyu narrowed her eyes slightly, and then motioned Hamajiro to continue. Dai is actually not fierce at all. We picked him up in the woods and raised him together, but that bastard mayor wanted to catch Dai and take him home as a pet. But he didn't catch him and was retaliated by Dai instead. Why is there such a bastard? If I see him, I will definitely beat him up. Obito was furious when he heard it. And why did you come to Konoha to issue a commission to drive Dai away? Then Obito asked. There is no way. We rent our fields from the mayor. He wants us to collect money and go to the ninja village to issue a task to drive Daikaku away. Otherwise he will not rent us the fields. Hamajiro answered helplessly. You have to pay for it yourself? Kakashi was a little surprised. He was just wondering why the mayor would send Hamajiro to issue a commission. This kind of person has lost his youth. He should be beaten up, Might Guy said indignantly. Muyu's expression did not change. He felt that the mayor was a little bit sick. He was cruel but not to the extreme. Even in this situation, he dared to ask the villagers to issue commissions. Anyway, the villagers' money did not have the villagers' portraits printed on it. Wouldn't it be better to just collect the money and send his own people to issue the task? Is he afraid of ninjas? Muyu guessed now. Remote areas have never seen regular ninjas from the big ninja village, so they may be afraid. Sending two strong men to watch them is probably because they are afraid that Hamajiro will run away with the money. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Hamajiro is lying. But based on his current performance, this possibility is relatively small. But Muyu doesn't care, he just needs to collect information when he arrives at the place. If the mayor is really the kind of person who exploits the villagers, Muyu doesn't mind being a messenger of justice. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Muyu doesn't hate the ninjas from Iwagakure or Kumagakure. The reason why she kills them is because if she doesn't kill them, they will kill Muyu. Unlike other Konoha ninjas, Muyu is just a time traveler who has traveled through time for less than a year. He has no feelings for the village of Konoha. He will have some feelings for people because of various things, but so far, Muyu has no feelings for the so-called Konoha. Muyu feels that there is nothing to have feelings for. A military base that allows children in their early teens or even less than 10 years old to go to the battlefield. With Muyu's worldview in the previous world, it is difficult for him to have feelings for such a place. Compared with ninjas from other ninja villages, Muyu hates feudal exploiters more. If you don't want to rent it, then don't rent it, just grow your own land. Obito scratched his head and said, he didn't understand why they had to rent land. The residents of Konoha couldn't even farm their own land, and occasionally they had to issue D-level missions for ninjas to help. Obito's words left Hamajiro speechless for a moment. Own land is such a distant word, but it's not that distant actually. It seems that his family still had some more than 10 years ago, but they had to sell it to the mayor because of the increasing difficulties. Because my family has no land anymore. Almost all the land in the town belongs to the mayor. Hamajiro finally sighed. He didn't know why. Everyone worked hard to farm, but the more they farmed, the poorer they became, while the mayor did nothing but became richer and richer, and had more and more land. It hurts. Obito was about to say something, but Muyu's finger hit him directly on the head, which was much heavier than before, making Obito gasp. Konoha is one of the most developed places in the Land of Fire. Don't compare Konoha's environment with other places, Muyu said. If the Hokage also has the concept of per capita GDP, then Konoha's per capita GDP must be very high, because Konoha is really sparsely populated and very rich. The training ground where the Chunin exam is held has a radius of 10 kilometers. What a concept! In his previous life, the diameter of the third ring road of the capital was less than 15 kilometers. You can imagine how rich the land resources of Konoha are. After he finished speaking, Hamajiro seemed to be much more relaxed and soon fell asleep. Teacher Muyu, what should we do? Obito looked at Muyu and asked. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He was really upset if he really drove the giant eagle away and made the mayor happy. Let's go to Kawakata town to see the guy who harassed the residents first, Muyu said calmly. I'm dizzy and can't write anymore after writing until almost 3 o'clock. I still need more than 400 words to reach 10,000 a day. I'll try to write more tomorrow. I'll also recommend a friend's book, Dragon Clan, Retired Death God, Dragon Slayer at Work. Dragon Clan plus Death God, neither Lu Ming nor Liu. Double chefs are ecstatic. Chapter 199. What a big bird. Kawakata town is at the foot of a small mountain. It is similar to what Muyu imagined. It is remote and poor. Even the houses where most people live here are not from the same era as the houses in the main city of Konoha. The view is pretty good. Obito went to the top of the building and put his hand horizontally on his forehead to look around and said, My ninjas, Daikaku usually stays at the highest point of the mountain. If possible, please try not to kill it. Just drive it away, Hamajiro said with a pleading expression. Hamajiro's words made Obito, who had originally seen a good view, feel bad all of a sudden. Obito was very unhappy when he thought about helping the hateful mayor. I know, but the giant eagle is a bird after all, and it has the ability to fly. We need to prepare more time. I will notify you when it is completed. Muyu nodded and replied. After that, Muyu took the disciples away from Hamajiro's house. Teacher Muyu, we are not really going to help the mayor, are we? Obito couldn't help asking when he saw Muyu leading them to the top of the mountain. Otherwise, ninjas are nothing if they don't complete their missions. Kakashi answered first. Although he was also unhappy with the so-called mayor, he would still choose to drive the giant eagle to complete the task. Let's investigate it first to see what the real situation is like. Don't believe what others say. Muyu shook her head and said, enthusiasm is good, but you can't blindly follow someone's words. If the giant eagle really harasses the residents, and the mayor is not a bad person, then blindly acting at that time will be a good intention but a bad thing. Kakashi, you narcissistic ghost, I didn't ask you. Seeing that Muyu didn't say that he would help the mayor, Obito was a little happy and retorted to Kakashi. Relying on the powerful vision of the white eyes and the powerful mobility of the ninja, Muyu quickly found the giant eagle described in the task. Maybe because of its large body, this giant eagle did not build a nest on a tree or a cliff like an ordinary eagle, but lived in a cave. Muyu simply estimated the height and wingspan of the giant eagle. It feels that the giant eagle should be about 4 meters long, and the wingspan may exceed 10 meters. After seeing the black eagle's body, Muyu was sure that the black eagle was a ninja beast. Ordinary eagles would never grow to this size. Big black. Obito and the others did not have the supervision and perspective of Muyu's Byakugan, so they had not yet discovered the location of the giant eagle. Obito even tried to call out Black Hawk's name to get him to come out. Although he was his disciple, Muyu could not expose the Byakugan at the moment, so he did not say it directly. Instead, he led his disciples to continue looking, and then gradually approached the cave where the giant eagle was. At this time, Suddenly a cry and a sharp eagle cry sounded. Then a black shadow flashed by, and a black giant eagle appeared at the entrance of the cave, staring at Muyu and the others with sharp eyes. "What a big bird," Obito said in surprise with his eyes wide open, looking at the giant eagle described. And the mission is completely different from seeing a giant eagle several meters tall in reality. Kakashi's muscles were tense, and his hands had quietly put into the ninja tool bag and took out 2 kunai. Unlike Obito, Kakashi felt that the giant eagle's pair of sharp claws could directly kill people. When he saw the giant eagle, "It's really big," Might Guy fell into thought. If he fought with such a huge bird, what would he do if the opponent flew directly into the sky? Whoosh! Exclamation mark! The giant eagle suddenly spread its huge black wings, and then flapped its wings while making a terrifying scream. The flapping of its huge wings created a strong wind, which caused the grass, leaves and sand on the ground to float in the wind. Kakashi thought that the giant eagle was about to attack, and immediately prepared to shoot the sharp kunai in his hand. Muyu pressed down Kakashi's hand that was about to shoot the kunai. Kakashi looked at Muyu with puzzled eyes. Although he promised the client not to kill the giant eagle, given the size of the giant eagle, if the key parts were not attacked, it would not cause much damage. "Don't rush to do it. Look over there." Muyu shook her head and pointed to the charred wound on the right wing of the giant eagle. Because the giant eagle's feathers were originally black and its body was large, Kakashi did not observe this at the first time. "Are there other ninjas in the village with this injury?" Kakashi speculated while staring at the giant eagle cautiously. He was proficient in the lightning ninjutsu and saw at first glance that the injury on the giant eagle's wing was caused by lightning ninjutsu. Could it be that the mayor has invited other ninjas to take revenge on Daikaku? Obito thought for a moment and guessed. At this time, Muyu could probably confirm that the giant eagle was still mild-tempered. When it saw strangers in its injured state, it only threatened them instead of attacking them directly. Muyu walked forward with a smile. The giant eagle was frightened by Muyu's actions and flapped its wings again at a high speed. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I just want to help you heal." Muyu continued to walk forward fearlessly and said, if it was a ninja beast, it might understand what he said. The black giant eagle didn't know whether it didn't understand or didn't believe Muyu's words. Seeing that Muyu ignored the warning and continued to walk towards him, the huge wing on the left waved towards Muyu. Whoosh! Muyu disappeared from the giant eagle's sight. Just when the giant eagle was wondering where the little man had gone, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his head. He felt dizzy and fell directly to the ground. It turns out that when Teacher Muyu hit me, it was considered light. Obito saw Muyu put 2 fingers together and knock the giant eagle down directly, and subconsciously touched his forehead where he was often hit. To make the dishonest giant eagle more honest, Muyu stretched out her hand and used the palm fairy technique on the injured part of the giant eagle. The green healing light enveloped the injured part of the giant eagle, and the wound on the giant eagle quickly recovered. Suddenly the pain in the body disappeared, and the giant eagle couldn't help but let out a comfortable cry. Although he didn't know what happened, the giant eagle understood one thing, that this strange little man in front of him was not easy to mess with, and he had no ill intentions towards it. The giant eagle folded its wings and lowered its head to rub Muyu to show its friendliness. Obito looked at the thick hair on the giant eagle's big head and felt that it must be very comfortable to touch, so he walked to Muyu's side and wanted to touch the giant eagle's big head. When Obito stretched out his hand, the giant eagle quickly dodged and stared at Obito with a vigilant face. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. "Don't worry, they are all my disciples and will not hurt you," Muyu said. Then Muyu and his disciples set up tents nearby. Although there are residential houses at the foot of the mountain, in order to enhance their relationship with the future summon beast, Muyu chose to live on the mountain. At lunchtime, I don't know if it was to repay the favor, the giant eagle caught a wounded wild boar and put it near Muyu's tent. Muyu was not polite, and directly killed the wild boar and made it into barbecue. After repaying Muyu's kindness, the giant eagle returned to the cave to rest, but was soon attracted by a fragrance that he had never smelled before. The giant eagle quickly walked out of the cave, locked the location according to the fragrance, and quickly arrived at the place where Muyu and others were eating. Smelling the tempting fragrance that he had never felt before, the giant eagle stared at the wild boar on the grill, not daring to move too much. It wanted to eat it, but the villain had treated it, and it was not easy to mess with. No way. Does the eagle also like to eat barbecue? Obito couldn't help but complain when he saw the giant eagle staring at the roasted pig. Sure enough, the chef's skill is very powerful. Muyu felt that this life skill was simply a god-level skill for gaining goodwill, and even the ninja beasts could not resist the temptation. The giant eagle stood in front of the barbecue and thought for a few minutes, then suddenly flew away. After a while, the giant eagle carried various prey and piled them next to Muyu. Gugu. The giant eagle made a gentle sound, pointed at the prey with its wings, then pointed at the roasted pig, then looked at Muyu with excitement, and lowered his head to rub Muyu. Muyu took a kunai and cut 2/3 of the roasted pig to the giant eagle and smiled. I can't give it all to you, my disciple, and I also need to eat. Finally, he could eat this tempting food. The giant eagle didn't care about Obito, who took the opportunity to come up and touch his head, and quickly gobbled it up. After taking a bite, the giant eagle's eyes flashed with a light. It didn't expect that this thing smelled good and tasted even better. It had never eaten such delicious food. Wow, Teacher Muyu, Dai seems to like your barbecue very much. Obito touched the giant eagle's soft hair as he wished and said with excitement. Obito felt like he had learned something new. It turns out that birds also like to eat barbecue. Muyu smiled but didn't say anything. He felt that he didn't need to do anything himself. Maybe if he stayed for a few more days, the black giant eagle would be unable to resist following him. After dinner, explore Kawakata town. Be careful, there may be hostile ninjas here. Muyu talked about business. Kumagakure and Tsunagakure were at war. As Kawagakure, which bordered Kei's country, it was normal for Kumagakure ninjas to exist. The giant eagle had a lightning injury, so it was very likely that the injury to the giant eagle was caused by Kumagakure ninjas. However, Muyu speculated that the opponent's strength would not be high. If it was a powerful ninja, it would be difficult for the giant eagle to escape even if it could fly. Kakashi didn't know what to say. Obito's bad words really came true. He encountered the ninja again. Before coming to Muyu's class, he had done so many sea-level missions and never encountered a ninja. As a result, he did 2 sea-level missions on Muyu's side, and unexpectedly encountered accidents. Chapter 200. The Mayor Who Can't Stand the Suffering. Muyu asked his disciples to investigate whether the giant eagle harassed the people and some of the people's comments on the mayor, while he went straight to the mayor's house to start investigating. However, in order to prevent accidents, Muyu sent a shadow clone to protect his disciples in secret. Although Muyu did not ask where the mayor's house was, he did not need to ask, because he knew that it was right to go straight to the most luxurious courtyard. Muyu soon found a large courtyard that was obviously much more luxurious than other houses. There were even flower beds and ponds in it. He sneaked in quietly. Haha, I am still smart. As long as we spread the word, someone will definitely help us get rid of the strange bird. A proud middle-aged voice came into Muyu's ears. Yes, it is still the mayor who is resourceful. Someone next to him flattered. Of course, otherwise why would I be the mayor? The mayor laughed proudly. Do you really expect those peasants to hire ninjas to deal with this strange bird? I think that man has already left with the money, or died on the road. This world is in chaos. You are wise, mayor, but since you know that peasant may not come back, why don't you just take the 30,000 taels to compensate for your loss, or arrange for someone to follow him? The person next to him asked in confusion. Stupid. The resistance I encountered when I asked them to pay for work and when I directly robbed them of their money is 2 different levels. Besides, it is so dangerous now. The men I paid to support are not to protect those peasants. 30,000 taels are not important to me. It is important to make those peasants have no money. There are still a few pieces of land in the town that are not mine. I feel uncomfortable looking at them, and the little daughter of the Boshin family is not bad. Muyu silently memorized the fat and wretched face of the mayor. After listening to what the mayor and his men said, he basically knew the general situation. Hamijiro did not tell the truth. Even the 2 strong men might have been hired to act or were simply people from Kawakata town. in order to stimulate their sense of justice to deal with the mayor. Although Hamijiro did not tell the whole truth, his accusation against the mayor was basically true. In the short time that Miyu listened, the mayor exposed himself forcibly annexing land and even trying to force others to sell their daughters. Have you collected the information about the whereabouts of that strange bird? Those ninjas came to urge us this morning. They are really a group of sick people. They are so diligent in working for others for free. The mayor did not understand those ninjas. Miyu could only say that different trades are like different mountains. Maybe the mayor was very skilled in land annexation, but he could not imagine the value of a bird summoning beast to a ninja, because he did not know the existence of summoning techniques and summoning beasts. The mayor's subordinate nodded, so the two of them took a few guards to prepare to go to the ninja's temporary residence. How dare you beg here? Don't you know that our mayor is famous for his kind heart and can't stand suffering? Go away. The subordinate saw someone begging in the courtyard, so he scolded. Seeing so many guards with fierce eyes, the beggar bowed and apologized and walked to other places. Miyu flashed and followed. Mr. Ninja, we have brought the information about the whereabouts of the strange bird. The nest of the strange bird is on the top of the mountain. When talking to the ninja, the mayor changed his tone and said with a kind smile, "That's no problem. We will go to get rid of the strange bird later." The black-skinned ninja with a sword on his back said lightly, "I wish you all a smooth journey to get rid of the evil for the people." The mayor said with a righteous look, "Hee, since you are getting rid of the evil for the people, you should at least show some appreciation, right?" A black-skinned ninja with well-developed muscles said with a smile, "Didn't we agree before that there would be no reward?" The subordinate asked in confusion, "How can you talk to Mr. Ninja? The reward is easy to talk about. As long as the strange bird can be solved, I am willing to pay 50,000 taels for the labor fee," the mayor said with a smile. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart. If he hadn't seen the horrible scene when the ninja and the strange bird fought, he would have turned against him long ago. He said that he didn't want money but actually regretted it. Those ninjas were humanoid monsters that could actually release lightning. The thugs he raised were no match for them. Haha, that's a deal. The muscular black-skinned ninja nodded with satisfaction. A bird-like summoning beast that can carry people and can also make some extra money. This trip is really a great deal. Perhaps because of the loss of 50,000 taels, the mayor left quickly without much greeting. "Baruka, this will have a bad impact on the village, right?" a tall and thin black-skinned ninja said after seeing the mayor and others leave. "Hiro, you are too rigid. What impact can this have? They didn't post a commission in the village, so they are not our clients at all. And this is not the land of lightning. We didn't bring forehead protectors when we came here." Baruka said indifferently, "I guess it's okay to bring it. The people here may not even recognize our forehead protectors in Kumage-kure." "Iraka, what do you think?" Baruka asked the black-skinned ninja who was carrying a sword. "Hiro's worry is not without reason. If this war goes well, our Kumage-kure will be famous in the ninja world, and there will be many foreign commissions. It will be troublesome if the news here spreads. After catching the ninja beast, kill those people. The family should have a lot of money to build such a compound." Iraka said lightly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar. First published this novel. "You are still ruthless." Baruka gave Iraka a thumbs up. He just wanted to cheat more money, but Iraka was going to confiscate the other party's house. At that time, you can leave a sand ninja forehead protector on the spot. Iraka continued. "This is used to mislead the local people. The people don't know so much. He is not so idle that he wants to kill everyone. His target is only the rich mayor. During the war, the death of such a small character will not attract attention." Iraka asked the two to sort out their equipment and then headed towards the mountain. With such a panel and skin color, it should be Kumage-kure. Miyu confirmed the identities of the three people. He used the identification technique to take a look, and found that only the Kumage-kure named Iraka had decent data, with more than 4,000 chakras and a lightning attribute chakra transformation of 2,000 points at the proficiency level. The remaining two Kumage-kure had chakras of just over 3,000 points, and no powerful skills. With such a panel, they are very suitable to be opponents of Kakashi and the others. Miyu thought to himself, He had no intention of attacking the Kumage cure with such strength, and felt that he could use it to train his disciples' practical combat abilities. Except for Kakashi, Obito and Might Guy both lacked real fighting experience. Last time, because the opponent had 2 Jonin, one of whom was an elite Jonin, Muyu acted hastily, and this time he decided to let his disciples handle it. Muyu created another shadow clone to follow the Kumage cure, and the original body walked around again with his Byakugan on, to prevent any Kumage cure strongman from hiding in the dark. There is another chapter later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.